Okay, welcome everybody to the 2025 FOVLAP annual meeting. So we start the morning with our business meeting. And the first thing on our agenda for the business meeting is a little review of the highlights of the year. So I'm going to do a quick review. It's been a busy year, so I'm going to try to go through this list and not spend too much time, but please, if you've got a question, ask a question. I'm going to start with issues and legislation that we looked at this year. We were very active. The wake boat rule has been a very active issue, and it's a continuing discussion of that. One of the things that we did last year when the wake boat rule was newly being implemented was we pulled together an informal discussion group with people from the 30 lakes that would be eligible for wake sports. And we did this just to share information. We check in with each other about once a month. We get together, we talk about what's been going on. And then, of course, this year, a number of petitions were from different lakes were submitted. And as a result, the UPW rules have been reopened. And so the wake boat rule is open again. So we've been having a lot of discussion about the revisions. As part of the UPW rule revisions, and I'm sure Jenny's going to mention that, the Federation submitted a fairly lengthy statement, which you can read on our website. I think many of you have seen it. We've shared it in various venues. Other things that we've also done, I testified this spring at Senate Natural Resources Committee on this issue, on the wake boat issue. Eric Chittenden was also there. Jack Widnes was there. Jack. A number of other people were there, and we testified about the rule and about some of the issues around wake boats on our lakes. Other issues. We are still working on lake reclassification. A number of lakes still have their petitions pending for reclassification. 2 years ago, we were working on legislation that passed the Senate, but it did not move once it went over to the House. So nothing happened this past first part of the biennium. We're hoping that we're going to see some movement on that, and we're going to be working on that this winter. We worked on the chloride reduction bill. Kent Henderson of our board testified at both the House and Senate committees on that bill. That's H86. It did a lot of moving around to committee. It's still now in House. It's back in House Natural Resources Committee, and we're hoping in January we're going to see that chloride bill move. And that is would be to develop a program that would reduce the use of road salts because chloride levels are starting to rise in some of our water bodies, and that's a real concern. We also had a day in the card room at the State House in January. Kent Henderson, Jeremy Jones, Jay White, and I all spent a good part of the day visiting with legislators in the card room. Our legislative committee continues to post bills and to provide information as those bills move through the legislature. You can always find that on our website. We update that every few weeks during the session. Finally, we published some commentaries on some of these issues, including the spread of AIS, the home lake rule, and there's one that should be hopefully published in the next week or so on removal of lawns and why that's good for lakes. So that's kind of our legislative issues that we worked on. We've also, of course, worked a lot on aquatic invasive species, and that's tied up in the wake boat and some of the other issues that we've been working on. We had pulled together about a year and a half, or almost 2 years now, a milfoil solutions discussion group. Began with representatives from lakes that are working on milfoil infestations, and in particular are either have or are working on permitting for the use of Percellacor. As a result, sadly, I have to say, we've had more members joining that group because we've had 2 more lakes, Lake Eden and Joe's Pond, found milfoil infestation, so they've joined that. But as a result of those new infestations, we began a discussion about rethinking some of our rapid response protocols. And right now, Joe's Pond has submitted a proposal, which DEC accepted. We had a really fruitful, productive discussion with DEC. And we're kind of waiting for the results on that as a different way of thinking about how we move forward when a new infestation is discovered. So there's more to come on that. But I think it's an important thinking. And I think it shows everybody's flexibility and willingness to really talk about how we can rethink some of what we're doing going forward. In the grant world, last year I mentioned that we had received a grant and allowed us for the first time ever to hire a staff person part-time. And Deborah, many of you have talked with Deborah coming in this morning. And Deborah's been great. It's been great. So she just completed her first year with us and is staying with us, which is also wonderful. Yay, Deborah. Also, it was Deborah's suggestion, and she's done a huge amount of work on this. And Dave also, in terms of writing the grant, we received a Lake Champlain Basin grant this year to create a set of videos. And the general topic is who takes care of the lakes. And the answer is we all do. You know, we all have a role to play. So the public, lake users, communities, and so forth. So Deborah and Lisa have really led the work on organizing the videos. We've done the filming this summer. And so now it's an editing phase, and we hope that we'll be unveiling those sometime in the winter, I think. And then they'll be available. They're going to be out as PSAs and online, and hopefully we're going to see them all over the place. So that's been really exciting. A number of you, thank you, sent in photos and videos. We asked for more, so as part of the background and part of the filming. So thank you to everybody who sent in. A lot of the pictures have been great. I've been looking at them. It's really fun to look at them. Okay, membership. The membership committee has been really busy this year. And thanks to the leadership of Jerry Bergdahl and all the members of the membership committee, it's been a fabulous year. We are over 52 Lake Association members, the most we've had in our entire history, I think. And I think there might be a 53rd or 54th that are kind of in the mail and on the way. So that's really exciting. We've also, the membership committee has been organizing visits to various lake associations. We've gotten to a few in person, which has been really fun. There's the reasons that you should join if you haven't. If you're not a member, you should join. We've also, and we've offered this to lake associations that somebody from the board would come out and talk with you at your annual meeting or at a board meeting. So we've made a few visits. I was out to Elmore Lake this summer. I also met with the Friends of Wolcott Pond in Wolcott, which was really, really fun. Both were really fun, great things. Jeremy Jones has been visiting with East Long Pond, and I'm going to mention that. I think Dave has been talking with folks from Nelson Pond. We have so part of that has also been talking with people, not only our member associations, but associations that are not members. And even more importantly, we've been talking with groups that don't yet have lake associations. And that's the work that Jeremy was doing at East Long Pond just recently, just the other day, in fact, to really start to talk with lakes, because, in talking with people, we're finding that if you don't have a lake association, a lot of times you're not getting the information about, the latest updates and information on lake protection, what's going on in terms of regulations, rules, and so forth. And also, there's no point of contact with us in terms of, being able to communicate about issues that come up. So we're hoping to encourage more lakes that don't have associations to start creating associations. So that's ongoing. Anyone who knows of a lake that does not have an association, please be in touch. Just send us an email. If you have a lake, if you're at a lake and you'd like one of us to come and visit in person and talk about some of these issues and really to hear, which has been really interesting to hear what people have to say. It's would be great. And that's a map. You can see our members all over the state now. The other thing this does is when we go to the legislature now, we can say that we're representing statewide, the lakes and statewide. And that's really important to be when we're talking about water quality issues with legislators. And among the water quality issues we talk about is money. So reminding legislators, that we do need funding for invasive species for all of the other projects that lake associations do. Okay, I'm not going to take too much more time on this. We've done a lot of webinars this year. We've been busy with those. We did 4 clean water webinar series, and Deborah's been a big leader on getting those organized and doing a lot of the outreach. This has been focused on lake watershed action plans, and those recordings are on our website, so they're about an hour, a little more than an hour. We also had our lake seminar the first Friday of June this year on protecting and restoring lake tributaries. Coming events, we have more lined up for the fall and winter, so stay tuned. If you're not on our mailing list, sign up for our mailing list so you get notified of those that are coming up. I'm not going to give you, we haven't quite settled on the list, but there will be more on lake watershed action plans, and then we have a few other ideas that we're going to be working on. We continue to build our website. There's lots of content there, and we have new pages that just went up yesterday. And again, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Dave, for working on this. And that is all about watershed action plans. So if your lake is thinking about doing a watershed action plan, you're going to find a lot of information right on our website, and that's brand new. So take a look at that. Deborah's also been working on her social media presence, so it's a lot more active. Materials going up on Facebook and on Instagram, and that's increased our outreach. So that's, again, continuing the project. Finally, some of you may not know this, but every year, Federation awards 1 or sometimes 2 small scholarships to college students who are studying in environmental area. And we usually try to announce this at one of our meetings, and I'm going to do that now, even though announcements are at the end of the agenda. I'm going to do it now because I think it's important. And our scholarship committee is led by Jackie Sprague, and he's done that for a number of years. So 2 scholarships were awarded this year, one to Anna Thomas, who graduated from Linden Institute, was active in outdoor recreation and environmental conservation. She did an internship with a local game warden, and she'll be majoring in wildlife biology. The other one was to Callie Sprague. Callie graduated from Bellows Falls Union High School. She also worked with the local game warden. She participated in Vermont Early College at the Community College of Vermont in her senior year, and she's now attending Paul Smith's College and plans to major in natural resource conservation. So we're pretty excited that we've been able to do this for a number of years. For many, many years now, we've been doing that. And I think it's good to call attention to that. So that's the highlights of the year. I want to thank the FOVLAP board and the FOVLAP Auxiliary board, many of whom are here in person, for their amazing work. They work tirelessly. It's a lot of activities, a lot of work that this board does. And they work for Vermont Lakes and for this organization. And again, many thanks to Deborah, because she's been a huge help in moving a lot of these projects forward. So that's the highlights of the year. So Dave, do we have a financial report today?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it to Dave to do the financial report.
Okay. So this is in the format that I usually give at our monthly board meetings. And on the left, you see the activity of this year, and it looks a little skewed if you compare the income at the top with the expenses at the bottom. And this is because we got the grant to support hiring of Deborah. Money came in last year, but most of the money is going out this year. So it looks skewed, but it really isn't. And that's evident if you look at our statement of position on the right, which shows that or what we have in the bank there, top, and we have very little in the way of liabilities. So financially, we're in good shape. If we continue to succeed and get grants, we should remain this way moving forward.
Any questions? I'll just add, of course, if anybody wants to contribute, we rarely do this, but contributions are always welcome as well to help support the work that we're doing. Any questions about that? Any questions about the highlight review? Okay. Oh, Jack, go ahead.
I didn't have any questions, but I had a comment and a suggestion.
Mhm.
So I've been watching FOVLAP for 10 years, coming to meetings and whatnot. I must say that this last year, you've made incredible with what you do. I think Deborah maybe has been one of the secrets to your success this year. I suspect that's the case, but I'm amazed, totally amazed at what you've done. And I hope that if there are people in the audience that are not members of FOVLAP, you consider being a member of the board, because you can make a difference. And I think this is perfect evidence of that. One suggestion I would have is, maybe invite a few legislators, and maybe you'd already do that, but get them to come to this meeting. For them to see what you've done is amazing, and I think it would be very helpful. I went a year or so ago to the group in New Hampshire for their annual meeting, and they had lots of legislators there. Seemed like a very effective, cordial, interactive discussion that went on there. So just something to think about.
I think that's a great idea, Jack. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Thank you. It's a group effort. I'll just say we do a lot, but it is a group effort.
I haven't been following the videos that you're creating. Are these intended to be like public service announcements? So they're relatively short and they'll be on TVs or radios?
Yes, that is the plan, and really aimed at the general public, really trying to, reach out to the general public in a pretty straightforward way, that we all have a role. Everybody in the community has a role to play in helping to protect the lakes. You can't be in the state and be very far away from the lake or pond. It's pretty much impossible. You're close to water here throughout the state, and we want people to really be aware of everything you do on the property. Everything you do is going to affect our water resources. And what we're seeing, I'll talk about this later, but what we're seeing with climate change, of course, in other parts of the country, we're seeing waters being polluted beyond repair. We're seeing water drying up, water resources drying up because of climate change. So we feel like it's even more important to try to get that out to the general public too, that they have a role to play. Yeah, and also talking about what we all do. We talk about lake associations and what lake associations are doing,
and someone asked if we had a microphone that could go in front of speakers. No, I don't know if we have one here today.
Mike offered one when he toured this, so I think there is one available.
so that would be, can people hear me?
Yes,
Okay, but if someone's asking a question.
like I don't know if they could hear Dave. That's right after Dave gave his financial.
Not here, because the next thing on our agenda is Dave is going to explain, if you have any more questions, Dave's going to explain the voting method, because the next two agenda items for the business meeting involve the Lake Association representatives voting. So the first is to approve the minutes from last year's annual meeting, which were circulated with the notice of the meeting. And then we'll be electing directors or officers. So Dave, do you want to talk about that? Maybe.
I want to.
Okay, and then you want to come up here and talk about it?
I think that the owl is supposed to do that. I just don't know if it's working.
Yeah, so people just will need to speak up. Yeah, when, short term until we can get.
That is our microphone right there.
But it should pick up people from, that's why we put it in the middle, but
Yeah.
you can hear that it's picking people up clearly in. So The minutes should have been circulated, they were circulated from last year's annual meeting, so we will ask for a vote on that as soon as Dave is ready to talk about how to vote.
So in FOVLAP's bylaws, it states that each member association designates a voting representative. And so before this meeting, we need to give a list of representatives who will be attending. And so that we can conduct our votes in a roll call fashion. And so here are the folks who said they were attending and were identified as the Lake Association representatives. And what we'll do then when we vote is we'll go through this list one by one. They're in no particular order. And so if you're a voting representative, you should find your name on this list. And if you're remote, prepare to unmute and cast your vote. And if you're here in person, you don't have to do anything. You can just raise your hand and say yes. But that's the way the roll call will work. Is that clear? Yes.
Yeah, I'm Stu Arnold, Caspian Lake Greensboro Association.
Okay, I can add that.
We should be on the list. I'm sure I submitted that, my attendance.
Okay,
Tom Kastner, Friends of Green River Reservoir. I think we should be on that list as well.
did you get that, Dave?
Yeah.
Tom?
Tom Kastner.
So.
Justin? Is there anybody online that needs to be added to the list?
I need to be added.
Who is it?
My name is Jan Brizelden. I'm representing PBRA.
Did you get that, Dave?
We'll have to.
Go one at a time. So start with
Okay.
To Arnold.
Do. Tom. It's Caspian. Sorry for the delay, folks. Can PBRA. Jan. So what I'm gonna ask for is,
Tom Kastner, Friends of Green River Reservoir.
Pass.
Kastmer.
Green River.
Yes.
And then.
Because Chris office in the meeting, say we have this, so it's perfect. So they came back. They're like, hey, we want to pick your key exchangers. They have not.
Progress.
someone needs to unmute the video. Please. You-
I know. That's high power. Working the
I got disconnected.
And Jan Association was.
you are on,
and we're back.
Yeah.
That was.
Even over there. It's not that, that's not the name now, right?
It is.
Mhm. Mhm. So, the comment, the comment.
Meetings.
Gonna ask in a minute.
I also have some questions in the chat box.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The one that off Lake Rescue is a member and Barnard Silver Lake Association, a member.
Jerry? I believe Lake Rescue.
Lake Rescue.
Somebody else, Lake Rescue is a member of FOVLAP. Sounds it.
Yeah, Lake Rescue.
Yes, hello, this is Natalie Fisher, and I'm representing Lake Rescue Association. We are a member of FOVLAP. We're not on the board. I don't
Okay.
know if that was the question,
No.
but we are a member.
So you're a voting member, Natalie?
Yeah, well,
Lake
I'm
Okay.
a member, I mean, I'm representing Lake Rescue Association. I don't
Yes.
plan to vote.
Okay. Natalie. Oh, okay,
Yep.
okay, okay, are we set?
Yeah.
Jackie?
I'm sorry.
Any other questions?
No, we're good.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask for a,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion.
Can I ask a quick question?
sure,
This is Sherry Sprague. I'm with the Barnard Silver Lake Association, and I'm brand new to the board, so I know nothing covering for someone who couldn't be on right now. But is the Barnard Silver Lake Association a member? Should we be voting?
yes,
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Sherry Sprague,
Is she a voting member?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve the minutes from last year's annual meeting. So would someone care to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Jay. Can I have a second? Stu Arnold, second. Any discussion of the minutes from last annual meeting? And you would have seen them. Okay, hearing none, can I ask for a vote? All those in favor of approving, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed to approving the annual minutes from last year? Any abstentions?
Since I wasn't here.
Tom Kastner abstains. Thank you, Tom. Tom from Green River Reservoir abstains. Thank you. Okay, minutes approved. Now, now we have the election of officers and directors. And I'm going to ask Jay to speak to this.
No, Pat. 5 is the new commissioner set for time.
Is she on?
Should we do that first?
Is she on?
Oh, I am, but you can move forward with this first. Yeah, it's fine. I'm good. Like, I'm here and listening. So sorry not to be there in person. So.
We should, why don't we have you go ahead and speak, Misty, because the voting on officers and directors may take a few minutes.
Yeah.
So why don't we have you go ahead, Misty, if you'd like to, do your presentation. This is Misty Sensigali. I don't know if we can get her up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Misty Sensigali is the new DEC commissioner, and we invited her to speak and introduce herself to everybody. So if we can get you up there you are.
Fantastic.
So why don't you go ahead, Misty? We'll let you go ahead and do that, and then we will resume the business meeting and voting for officers and directors.
Fantastic. Let me first of all say thank you for having me. And please accept my sincere apology. I had every intention of being there in person this morning. but the governor called. And so I have to be with him shortly. So that in no way means that I don't look forward to meeting all of you in person at some other moment in time, hopefully sooner than later. So thank you, Misty Sensigali. I am new to DEC as of about a month ago. So I started as commissioner. I am a lifelong Vermonter. I grew up in Fairleigh, Vermont, around Lake Maury. Spent many summers on both Lake Maury and Lake Fairleigh, and still do, attending the Aloha Foundation's camps there, as well as just enjoying every moment that I can. I came from, just to give you a little background of where I came from, if Rhonda Shippey is in the room, you can give her a big thank you. I always do, because she is the reason I came back to Vermont after leaving for a while and started working for USDA Rural Development. Rural Development was my home for 11 years prior to taking this job. I was a federal employee for close to 20, but rural development and improving the economic vitality of rural America and the lives that each of us live in our rural communities is truly my why as to why I do what I do. And rural development was that home for 11 years. And I, just for some history, was not planning on leaving federal government. Regardless of all that was going on, it was my home, and I was working nationally on some great disaster program work for water and environmental programs, water, wastewater, stormwater, as well as solid waste. Understanding the importance of what happens in our communities after a disaster with those facilities and systems, and understanding the help that needs to be there and continues to need to be there. So I was there, and now I'm thankful to be here speaking with all of you. As I was preparing for today and thinking about my connection to Vermont lakes, as I said, I grew up on Lake Maury. I still spend, I was just there this past weekend, countless weekends walking the lake road in the right direction. For those of you who have been to Lake Maury recently will understand that comment. Walking the lake road, swimming, and skating the winter trail in the wintertime, the ice skating trail. As you can see from my background, this is actually Green River Reservoir. I spend a lot of time on the water with my family, and I am extremely thankful to all of you for all that you continue to do for the waterways in Vermont. I'm thankful to work with an amazing team at DEC, and I understand that our lakes are the heart of our communities and our identity as Vermonters. I'm very much, when talking about where I come from and where I've lived, bring Lake Maury into it every single time I have that conversation. So it is a true identifier of me as a Vermonter, where I grew up. And that personal connection is to our rural communities, to our lakes, to the environment, is what led me here to DEC, to be the commissioner and to work with folks all over the state, work with a wonderful team at DEC that provides those resources and conversations on a daily basis, and really all have the same why that I have as to why I do what I do. It's because of the great folks at DEC and you all out in the communities, the partnerships that we have, working with small communities to do different projects and to understand what the needs are is incredibly important to me. When I say I do truly look forward to meeting each and every one of you, I mean that. It is important for me to understand and continue to understand the needs of our state and what we need to continue to do, as well as to partner with you all and try to do things moving forward that will benefit not only the lakes in this state, but all of the residents that use them, all of the visitors that come into our state. It's really important to make sure that you all continue to have the support and also the open door communication and collaboration. I know my staff, the wonderful folks like Jenny and Mark that folks have worked with and continue to work with, and the teams that they are in, continue to be resources and continue to be there for all of you as you work on your communities and on the water bodies that you have in your communities. And so again, I encourage those relationships, and I understand. I was talking with Pat, the days run together, but last week, and we were talking about how important this partnership is between DEC and all of you. Your partnership is an indispensable one, and I mean that sincerely. You are our eyes and our ears on the water. You are the motivated boots on the ground volunteers who make the programs happen, like the public access greeter programs, which the folks, my children have learned an incredible amount from the greeter program. I have to say that fishing on Lake Maury and catching crawfish and understanding what is one that you can pick up and take somewhere versus one that isn't, invasive versus not. I learned something new every day on those lakes in the summertime, especially. So making sure that you all are supported and have the support that you need is incredibly important to me. I know there are many issues that we continue to talk about and continue to have conversations about. Again, I'm walking into this role. I have, hopefully it will make you laugh a little bit. I have probably learned more about wake boats and wake sports in the last month than I ever knew before, which is why I love this job, because it is my job to understand and to hear and to be able to talk through a lot of what you all see as important issues that are going on in your communities and on your lakes. So I thank you for all that you do, all that you continue to do. I look forward to speaking with you, hopefully in person sooner than later, taking trips to see the wonderful communities that you live in. I probably visit many of them throughout the state on a regular basis. It is something that my family and I love to do, as evidenced by the picture behind me. So my commitment to you is, to be an equally dedicated partner as you are. My door is always open. I am in the office most days. That is my choice to be in the office. With 4 kiddos at home, it tends to be a little quieter and allows me to see folks that I wouldn't necessarily see all the time. So if you're in the area or would like me to come and visit your community, please reach out. Like I said, my door is always open if I have one. It's a joke because I have a cubicle, and I'm here to listen. And again, thank you for having me and appreciate all that you continue to do. And again, really am sorry that I can't be there in person to have the conversations. And I'm looking forward to hopefully listening in to Jenny and others. Hopefully this afternoon I'll join back on virtually and be able to listen to all the great stories that you share. So thank you all for all that you continue to do. And please, if you have questions, ask them. Or you can, I know that you left a little time on the agenda to ask any questions that you might have of me. If I don't have an answer, I will tell you I don't have an answer and I will get back to you, but I'll do my best to answer what I can.
Thank you, Misty.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have one question for Misty.
Sure.
Sure.
Misty, my name is
Speak up, Jen.
My name is Jay White, Misty, and I currently sit on the board of the Federation of Malt Lakes and Ponds. And on behalf of FOVLAP, when you see the governor a bit later today, both you and the governor would be invited to next year's annual meeting. Once we determine that date, we can get that date to you, so that would work with your schedule. So I'd just like to extend that invitation to both of you. That might be your first difficult task to accomplish. But if you could do that, that would be very good for us. Thank you.
would love to, and would love to be able to put that on my calendar now. So, or this, I know you have spring also. You have some events in the spring. So, whatever events we can be a part of, I will extend the invitation, but we'll plan to be a part of it.
Great, thank you, thanks. Thanks, Jay, thanks, Misty. Any other questions, Jack?
Hi, Jack Witness. I live in southern Vermont. I live on Lake Laponda. I just want to say how grateful we are for you to take your time today, and I'm very interested in welcoming you. I know you just got here, but I just wondered if you might pick off a few of the priorities, and if you want to slip through that because you just got here that aren't on your plate. I'd like to hear your thoughts perhaps about the relationship of DEC and FOVLAP. We have had a close relationship, and I think that to continue. I hope you'll give that some thought as you work your way into your job.
Yeah, I will say quickly that I have had some great conversations with Jenny and Pete LaFlamme, who I'm sure many of you have talked to and had conversations with. I had a great conversation last week with Pat, really to listen and to understand the great work that you all do, or more about the great work that you all do, and also to understand some of those questions and concerns, like Keith, that you put in the chat. That's a great question. I know that private dams in Vermont or dams in Vermont in general right now are very much on the minds of many folks. I don't feel comfortable or in a place right now to be able to comment on that. But I will get back with some thoughts on private dams and having them being removed and what that means for folks that own them. Knowing that that's also a bigger conversation about we as a state, just like in Green River Reservoir, as I'm sure many of folks have read about lately. Like, those are all issues and all conversations that are continuing, and we will continue to have as a department. But going back to my partnership with you all and our partnership with you all, I think the biggest piece that we continue to communicate and to say, I know that Jenny agrees with this and others, is that the biggest piece for us is communication and being able to have the conversations, even if they are hard ones, about whether you have questions or concerns about how things are done, and how potential education on our part or more collaboration can occur. I do think that there is a lot of space to be held for you all, and understanding what you all are our boots on the ground. And I do mean that, just you all are out there every day in the communities and understand the issues better than others. What you will get from me is transparency. And as I said, if I don't know something, I will say that to you. I believe that transparency, and I believe that even if it's not an answer that you all or I like that folks want to hear, I am someone who believes in communication and making sure that we do that as early and often as we can, communication and collaboration. So like I said, I've got a list of things that I went through with Pat and that I'm going through on my own to further educate myself based on my time here at DEC and what we do. And we'll provide kind of some updates to Pat, and hopefully she can share those with you all on some of the things that we discussed last week. Just about how to further and better our communication and understanding of our working relationship together, and make sure that that stays strong moving into the future.
Thank you, Misty. All right, thank you so much for taking the time. I hope you can stay on and come back on later, please.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and resume the business meeting. We're going to do this one by roll call. But Jay, do you want to introduce the first?
Yep. Sure.
So I have.
Yeah.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jay White, and I am a board member of the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds. I serve on the nomination committee, so a casual conversation with me might lead to an assignment. Be suspicious. Anyway, I'm going to begin. Prior to this meeting, we warned 3 positions on the board. One of those positions was an officer position, the other 2 are directors. So I'll start with, just to review, the office of vice president. The nominee is Jane Jones, 3-year term. We also have a director, 2 directors. Jeff Schuman, Lake Dunmore, and that's a 3-year term. And then the third was myself, Jay White, Northern Lake Champlain, was originally listed as a 1-year term. Changed that to a 2-year term. If no one has any objections to that, since we haven't voted on that, we'll just move forward. So those were the 3 positions that were previously warned to this meeting. We have another officer, some secretary that's available. And then we also have some director positions that are also available. So what I would do now is I would ask the office of secretary if there's a nomination for that position from the floor. Jerry Bergdahl has her hand up.
Okay, I nominate Tracy Shadday for the office of secretary.
Okay. So Tracy, I believe she's Echo and Seymour Lakes. So now we have director positions. Do we have nomination from the floor for a director? Jeremy?
Yep, I'd like to nominate Richard Williams and Dave.
Okay. So Richard Williams from the Margaret Williams Trust, 3-year term. And David Roth, Lake Fairleigh, for a 3-year term. Are there any other nominations from the floor? Dave?
I'd like to nominate Jerry Bergdahl and Jackie Sprague.
Okay. Jerry Bergdahl, South Pond, 3-year term as a director. Jackie Sprague, Harvey's Lake, also for a 3-year term. And is there any other? Jackie?
I nominate Chrissy Kano. I was gonna say Christine, and came up with Chrissy Kano.
Chrissy Kano for 1-year term?
1-year term.
Okay. Is there any other nominations for directors? Okay, if there isn't, then I think at this point we have our slate of nominees, both for officers and directors. And I guess we would start the roll call procedure to vote on these. We'll vote as an entirety, I guess. We won't do each one individually. Dave, if you want to start the roll call.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to call out the association name and you should find your position on this list and be ready to cast a vote. So let's start with Shadow Lake Association,
I vote aye.
Lake Eden Association,
We vote aye.
Lake Dunmore Fern Lake, I'm the representative, I vote aye. Seymour Lake,
I vote aye.
let's see, Lake Perrin,
I vote aye.
Black River,
I vote aye.
South Pond,
Vote aye.
Lake St. Catherine, Burr Pond,
Aye.
Friends of Lake Champlain,
Aye.
Falls Lake Association, Falls Lake Association, Holly. Okay, we'll continue.
Thumbs up.
Oh, thumbs up from Paul.
Thumbs up and down.
Lake Carmi Campers Association, Westmore Association,
Aye.
Lake Caspian,
Aye.
Green River Reservoir,
Aye.
Barnard Silver Lake,
Aye.
Friends of Waterbury Reservoir,
Aye.
Lake Raponda Association. And let's move on then. Lake Groton Association, Groton Association. Richard. Okay. Lake Harvey Association,
Aye.
Lake Iroquois Association,
Aye.
Beecham Pond Association,
Aye.
Lake Maury Association,
Aye.
Hazelton Pond,
Aye.
Lake Bomoseen Association.
I'm gonna vote for Liz and say aye. This is Lisa Baru, alternate.
Okay. Memphremagog Watershed Association,
Aye.
Ellet's Bay Restoration,
Aye.
Lake Carmi Campers Association. Okay.
Yeah, Polly from Halls Lake voted aye. Good job.
Are there any objections, any notes?
A couple got this.
Yeah.
More.
More to go. Those three were missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lake Amor Association,
Aye.
okay. Tinmouth Pond Milfoil Project,
Aye.
Echo Lake Protective Association.
Aye.
Thank you for
Is that everybody?
catching that.
Sounds unanimous? Any no's? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
And the only other thing I would like to say is that that the group that serve on this board do a lot of effort to protect Vermont lakes. And currently, under Pat, current president, that the group has been very successful moving forward. So I really get a compliment. I know there's a lot of other people that do a lot, but Pat is really the key to making this all work. Her skills, both in people, because this is a people job in a sense, is really important. And FOVLAP has moved more from just an organization providing data for the state, helping DEC, to maybe an organization that's now beginning to influence a little bit what we do for our lakes. Most Vermonters don't realize that it's the thousands of volunteers that really protect our lakes. And without them, those lakes wouldn't have that protection. So this organization, I think, going forward is going to be really important. So thank you.
Okay, so are there any additional announcements before we close the business meeting?
I have a question, just since I'm new here, Patty. Are there term limits on any of these positions?
There are term limits on the officer positions, so officers can
Thank you.
serve for 2 consecutive terms, so that would be a total of 6 years. Directors have a term limit of 3 terms, so 9 consecutive years.
Thanks for that clarification.
Any other questions? Any additional announcements or updates anybody needs to make at this moment? Okay, with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn the business meeting. Want to move to
So
adjourn?
moved.
Thank you, Jackie. Second?
That's it.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Yeah.
Any objections to adjourning the business meeting? Hearing none, we are adjourned. And now we're going to move on to our regular schedule. And sorry, we're a little late, Jenny. Jenny is, we started late. So Jenny Austin, who is the program director for Lakes and Ponds, is on the schedule next, and she's going to do the Lakes and Ponds update. Yeah. So, okay. Just give me a moment. So, Oh, you have to allow me.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Find the right window. How many? And is it working for everyone? Can everyone see on screen?
Okay, we can. You can see it, okay, but it's not, we have to get it up.
Here we go. Thank you very much for inviting me and, as some of you know, I gave a highlights at the Lake Seminar in June, so this is actually my first FOVLAP annual meeting. Because I've been on board now almost a whole year. And I've had this time to learn about Vermont, learn about the Lakes program, FOVLAP, all the lake associations, and just the complex interconnected relationships that we have. And I feel like I could spend another 10 years learning and would still not know enough. Every time I talk to Pat, we go over time. I mean, there's just so much to talk about, so much going on, and my staff do a tremendous amount of work, but it's really a drop in the bucket compared to all the work that you guys do and all the volunteers and all the lake associations that coordinate efforts for their lakes across the state. So thank you for welcoming me and for teaching me about your lakes, about your communities, about all these issues that I need to be aware of. I really appreciate the warm welcome that you all have given me. It's been a privilege to work with Pat and and all of you. So to start us off, I'm going to try to go through my slides quickly because I'm using basically the same presentation that I gave at the Lake Seminar, but I added to it and changed things and everything, but I didn't want to take anything out. So if you guys post these presentations online or something, it's still a comprehensive, you can click on all the links and see about all the different programs we have. So our program is basically divided into three main sections. We have monitoring and assessment, invasive species management, and then regulation and restoration. Starting with monitoring, we have a ton of work going on. These are all of our different programs, and you can click on all these and find out all you want about them. I'm not going to go into it all, just some highlights. So we've completed our spring sampling in the spring. We sampled for phosphorus and some other core parameters like nitrogen chloride from 67 lakes across the state. We focused on lakes within this year's priority basins, which include the White, Winooski, and Pezumtsik, and some other lakes across the state that were identified as priorities and lakes thought to be the most affected by the 2024 flooding. And then I won't steal Mark's thunder because he's going to go into a lot of detail on the delay monitoring program this afternoon. But this is one of our programs that we do rely heavily on volunteers, and we really thank all of you guys for promoting this program and for being a part of it. Many of folks here do water quality sampling for us. It's awesome. So I will let Mark give more of a description of that. We have our Lake Champlain long-term monitoring, and Peter Isles heads that up, and Kelsey Colbert's finally coming back to us. She had a knee injury, so hoping she can get out on a boat this summer still. So they've been busy sampling
Stations around Lake Champlain, it'll continue through October. Includes continuous monitoring of the Lemuel River mouth, using a data buoy, other data buoys deployed around the lake, and a new buoy in the inland sea basin where phosphorus and chloride have been increasing. Some other, lake assessments that we've been doing, and that are going out to do kind of right now. It's the height of the growing season, so we're conducting these point intercept plant surveys on 5 lakes, including Lake Carmine, to document how plant communities change before and after an alum treatment, and other things that we're interested in for specific lakes. And then Ryan Walquist, he leads my monitoring team. He's also sampling Lake Carmine for other parameters as well. And we have next generation lake assessments that are planned for 14 lakes, that we're doing monitoring for. And it involves comprehensive assessment of physical, chemical, biological parameters and monitoring of all significant tributaries within the lake. Future plans, we're hoping to incorporate into our water quality standards some biological criteria and focusing in on aquatic plants, macroinvertebrates, and diatoms. It's good to have 3 that kind of, get a better holistic measurement of the health of a lake. And this work will help DEC staff to develop, have a management tool that we can designate lakes and be able to take actions, and have regulations that are stronger. So that's in the works. And moving on to our regulation and restoration section. So on the permitting side, so it's part of the regulatory group, it's approximately 200 permits that we've either issued this year or are working on. So it's an incredible amount of work. And these are the 3 different types of permits that we issue. We have shoreline protection. So everything like within 250 feet from the mean water level, the activities that people have on their properties. We have lake encroachment like docks and things that jut out into the water. So we have rules associated with those types of activities. And then as well, we have the aquatic nuisance control permitting, which Olin, I think, is here. Hi, Olin. He's the leader of that, and he's incredibly busy. I think that's on the next slide. We'll read, there he is. Yeah, approximately 150 active permits. It includes things like mechanical devices, benthic barriers, structural controls, and herbicides. And there's nearly 30 permit applications this year. He had an overwhelming number of applicants that had their permits expire and had to renew. And so a lot of work this year. And I just wanted to highlight something that Pat touched on a little bit, but I just thought it was a really great example of partnership that we're all kind of talking about with DEC and FOVLAP. It's for Joe's Pond, and as many of you know, that Eurasian water milfoil was discovered in Joe's Pond last August by Barry Cahoon from the Joe's Pond Association. So you guys are literally the boots on the ground and the eyes on the ground, finding, discovering these things and getting ANR involved and having our early detection rapid response. And we confirmed the existence of it and immediately responded. And then fast forward to, it was about February, I think I had a conversation with Pat. And she talked with me about how our current rapid response strategy just wasn't working. She was blunt with me, and I was, I was open ears, and after listening to her, explaining how when you want to be able to nip things in the bud. When you have an introduction of a new aquatic invasive species, sometimes it's not the best strategy to only use mechanical methods because you're tearing it up and fragmenting it and it just spreads more. And so, our track record at the time, she filled me in on that, and I talked with my staff as well, after my conversation, and found out that indeed, we've only had really one successful, eradication effort that used mechanical devices only, and that was a lake that was kind of an anomaly. It was a very deep water lake, shadow lake, very deep water, not a lot of littoral zone, and just, it was frankly easier to accomplish the eradication. And a lot of these more shallow water lakes, there's just an explosion of, or availability of habitat. These invasive species to just take over. And so we had a long conversation about it, and I agreed with her, and I talked with my staff, and they were in agreement. They had turned out, felt the same way, that it wasn't working what we were doing. So we had further discussions about, well, what can we do about it, and how can we use the existing regulatory framework? We didn't have time to change statutes and, go through rulemaking and that sort of thing. So we came up with a path forward, and we were able to make it work within the existing regulatory framework. So, and to date, herbicides hadn't been permitted for this type of purpose. We haven't done this. This is brand new for us. They were really only permitted for long-term management of well-established populations. So after you've exhausted all the reasonable non-herbicide. And however, we just felt that if the scope of the project, and for Joe's Pond, it was a special circumstance where the scope of the project is to eradicate a new infestation. So it's not a long-term management thing. So we felt there really isn't a reasonable non-chemical alternative to achieve that goal. You want to be able to eradicate it, you got to nip it in the bud. So when the proposal came in from Joe's Pond, we were ready to support it. The permit was ultimately approved. Treatment occurred a month ago, and now we've seen some follow-up surveys, and it seems to have been successful and effective. So there's still a long road ahead. We're going to continue to be on it and working in partnership with you all and with Joe's Pond. And but we are really hopeful that there's a chance that we can actually eradicate it and make.
Jenny, I just want to mention Chrissy Kano from Shadow Lake, who led the effort in Shadow Lake and responsible for the one and only.
Yeah, that's right. Say that it was easier. It was not easy on small piece. And yeah, really incredible.
Well, it was also a lot of teamwork.
Yeah.
Because we had both support. There was no mechanical workings. It was all hand pulling, determination, mapping, surveying, and it continues to go on.
Right.
And we are still proudly no-foil free and AIS free.
I want to commend the Joe's Pond community as well for the efforts, because it isn't, just herbicide that's being used. It's a whole array of tools that and manpower, women power, divers going in and hand pulling, in addition to. So really, it's a supplemental thing that's a nice tool to have to be able to have a better chance. So we're happy to add that tool to our toolbox. And so the other part of regulation is our rulemaking, which is kind of a little new for us. The Water Resources Board shifted the use of public waters rules over to our department about 2012, I think, and that it didn't come with any additional funding or resources. But we have these use of public waters rules, so all Vermonters and visitors can use these shared resources in a reasonable manner. We try to manage the use conflicts in the most scientific and objective way possible, but also the least restrictive way possible. And that's a huge balancing act. And so it's a huge challenge too. And here's Laura Dulugalecki. She's actively involved in her new role as our Lakes and Ponds Policy and Outreach Coordinator. Ironically balancing here on the back of a wake boat. Trying not to drop her phone. So Laura is the lead on rulemaking efforts for our program. And so this is not just use of public waters rules only, it's like water level rules, other rules that we hope to eventually get to. So this also includes this next round of revisions that we're planning we're planning and drafting for the use of public waters rules and wake sports in particular. So just to show you our timeline for that, I won't go into super duper detail on the rulemaking. Everything is on our rulemaking webpage down below. You can click and see the track changes that we have. And I think we're eventually gonna, if we haven't already, post all of the comments that we've received. But pre-rulemaking began in July with a webinar where we kicked things off. And the pre-rulemaking public comment period ended August 19th with over 400 written comments submitted. So we've gone through them, we've summarized them, we're now just trying to discuss further revisions and schedule additional discussions with affected groups, review with our leadership, obviously, and then we will be submitting a final draft changes to the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules, which is IFAR, in October. And it's sort of like an opportunity for other agencies like Fish and Wildlife or the Health Department, or, it's for them to be able to comment and make sure that whatever rules we're proposing don't conflict with anything they have going on or that they have concerns. That's kind of what that's for. And then this will begin the formal rulemaking process, and we'll have another public engagement opportunity with additional public meetings and comment period pretty much through the fall, prior to submitting to the Legislative Committee on Administrative, which is LCAR, in the early spring of 2026. So there's still plenty of opportunity to weigh in on these rules. Please be engaged. My door is always open. You can reach out to me, and I'm happy to meet with folks individually or small groups anytime. So also feel free to check our website and track updates. So the other part of this section is restoration. And Allison, she's been pretty much one woman show with our Lake-wise assessments. She has a team of techs and as well to go out and help people deal with runoff on their properties. And we had in 2024 171 assessments performed. We handed out 84 awards, and then this year we had 2 more lakes that received the Gold Lake-wise Award. Little Averill and Halls Lake. So there's some pictures of those awards. And the Gold Award is given when a lake has 15% of properties around the lake that have individual lake-wise awards. So the other part of restoration that Allison Marchione does is the Lake Watershed Action Plans. We had 2 more Lake Watershed Action Plans that kicked off in May. Carey and Pilots Bay on Lake Champlain and Sabin Pond. Carey and Pilots Bay Lake Watershed Action Plan is being spearheaded by Friends of Northern Lake Champlain and Sabin Pond. And Sabin Pond is being done by the Winooski NRCD. And LWAPs that were recently completed include Seymour, Echo, and Fairfield Pond. So each lake watershed action plan includes 4 key assessments. We do shoreland and lake wise. We do roadways, wetlands, and tributaries. So trying to comprehensively address all the issues coming into a lake. And shifting gears here to the management of aquatic invasive species, we have 3 main management activities, all involve a lot of coordination and reliance on lake associations and volunteers like many of you to really operate these programs. So beginning with spread prevention, which is really, really important. It's the most cost-effective method of dealing with aquatic invasive species. Don't get them in the first place. So we have our watercraft inspection, decontamination, outreach and education. And then like the next kind of level of management would be, if you have an introduction, you have the monitoring. So detecting when these things pop up and detection and rapid response. We come in and provide a lot of support to you guys. If you ever find something in your lake that you're not sure if it's an aquatic invasive species, you can send it to us, send a picture of it to us, and we can identify it really quickly and respond really quickly, because that's the time is of the essence when you're dealing with these things.
Jenny, we're running a little bit behind schedule.
Okay.
You might be able to-
Sure. So, lastly, unfortunately, if it does get established, we have our long-term management and assistance. And that tends to be very costly, as you all know. In 2024, public access readers educated 32,285 visitors about AIS. That's really incredible. Inspected 25,000 watercraft, removed over 1,000 organisms from watercraft, removed 408 instances of aquatic invasive species, most of which were milfoil. Just a quick recap. We also had 5 trainings this year. It was really, I got to attend one of them. That's my picture I took there, and just pointing out the partner at the bottom. It's very important that we partner with all of you. And with this training, we started a train the trainer kind of program. We'll hopefully expand that next time around. And another program that relies heavily on volunteers, that Vermont invasive patrollers, and Lizzie Gallagher can teach everything she has to plants and animals and aquatic invasive species, being able to identify them and survey for these species. And lastly, we have our watercraft inspection decontamination program. We're kind of been having been stalled a little bit on it because of field work. My staff has been out in the field all day, every day, and we're hoping to jump back in the next few weeks to have our last 4th meeting before we wrap up the report and have some actual recommendations for different alternatives. We're trying to develop basically a holistic long-term alternative. Multiple alternatives that say this is how much it costs for each one and different levels of protection, give it to leadership, and hopefully it will result in some more attention to the issue and more funding, perhaps with the help of you guys to advocate and help us out with that. So just wanted to say big thank you to all of you. Welcoming me and being open with communication, and there's some pictures here of all of the different volunteers, different watershed, different lake association leaders in my mind, and just people who care. Thank you for caring about your lakes and ponds and conveying that to me, and being a partner with us. So it means a lot to me, and yeah, I hope to continue on with our partnership. And lastly, last slide, I just wanted to also say a big thank you to Pete LeBron. He has announced his retirement, if you haven't heard, next month, and he's spent 18 years as our director of watershed management. He's done a lot to help our lakes and ponds. He's done a lot to help me into my role, into my position, and getting me up to speed on all things lakes. He has so much knowledge that he's taking with him, and I hope he does come back, as so many people do from DEC. They come back to the lakes program, or they come back and they join a lake association. Maybe you'll see him around Waterbury. But yes, thank you, Pete. Any questions?
Yeah. Why do you test for caffeine?
Oh, it's an indicator, and Mark can speak more about this later this afternoon. It's an indicator for septic systems and seepage from septic systems.
Thank you.
Wastewater. Yeah. Oh, yeah, any wastewater.
Other questions for Jenny? Thank you, Jenny. This has been great. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So we're running a little bit late. And so what we're going to do is Dave Johnson is going to present a summary of the survey that went out to lake representatives, but we're going to kind of skip that presentation. Dave is going to post the summary onto the website so everybody can see it. So I want to go right to the individual lake report. So we allow about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes. 2 minutes per report, no more. Vince and Jay are keeping track of the time, and they're going to cut you off. And I'm just going to go down the list. We're going to go down the list and call on each lake to give your report. If you're here in the room, it would help if you stand up and speak up so that the owl can pick up your voice so the people online can hear you. So Jeremy, you're gonna read the.
Yep, so we're gonna go right down the list here, that's being shared. So we're gonna start with Shadow Lake.
Hi, everybody. This is Jennifer Andrews from Shadow Lake. Thanks for all of your work, FOVLAP and the board. Pat, you've been instrumental, obviously, and everybody appreciates all the hard work that FOVLAP continues to do, and I'm sure will continue to do. One success at Shadow Lake this year is that we have had our first 2 loon chicks hatch and thrive. This is the first time that we have had loon chicks on Shadow Lake, and I apologize for not turning my video on there. And we're super excited about that. We need to make sure to laud a bit of compliments to both Chrissy Kano, who I do believe is with you in person there, it sounds like, and Eric Hansen, and his very accomplished colleague whose name starts with E, and I can't remember what it is. Chrissy, what's her name?
Eloise.
Eloise. Thank you to Eloise. A challenge that we have had this year is our dam, which historically was lowered every fall to allow for ice and spring runoff, and that was stopped about 10 years ago. So due to rain events, flooding, ice push, and water pressure, the dam has not been able to withstand that excess pressure. And the dam safety program has required that Shadow Lake be lowered by 2 feet until the dam has been reconfigured and fixed. So this is going to take at least 2 years and probably cost well over $1 million, which is a bit of a hardship for a little town like Glover. So in the meantime, we've got a new fragile shoreline, dangerous muck, significant turbidity, invasive grasses that are growing on huge deltaic mounds that are at mouths of inlet streams. We've got an influx of mollusks. We've got boat launch and retrieval problems. We've got water intake valves that are clogged. We've got new beachfront, and some homeowners no longer have beachfront because of the drawdown.
Hello, I'm sorry to be rude, but that's 2.5 minutes. Could you please wrap up?
All righty. Ways that we can help FOVLAP is for them to continue to advocate for better and more stringent adherence to AIS prevention provisions. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
All right, next up is Lake Eden.
And I'll make it short and sweet because I'll be speaking later, but at Lake Eden, our big accomplishment this year was receiving the Herbicide Commit to use for Celicor, which we did last week, and we are very hopeful that that will be a big success for us. Thank you.
Great.
Lake Dunmore,
Yes,
just as Dave took a bite.
so we benefited greatly this year in terms of milfoil management. We had a treatment last year with Celicor, and I think we hit a record low in terms of yield in plants this year. In fact, some of our board feel like the milfoil problem is manageable and over, and I don't disagree with that. But there's a lot of confidence that we have it all right. And for Fernley, we had several lake-wide assessments and awards, and I think we're one shy Gold Lake Award. So, good progress there as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Next up is Seymour Lake.
Hi, Rhonda Shippey. We're with you, Shadow. We got 2 new loon chicks on our 2 nests for the first time in over 10 years. So we're very happy to have loon chicks again. Another success, we survived 2 major floods last year, we had a successful Facing the Floods workshop this year to help homeowners understand what they can do to protect their properties. We finished an LWAP. That was a success. The challenge is trying to get the LWAP done. They identified over 100 projects. The good news was the flood showed them where the projects needed to be, but there's a lot of things to do. Obviously, a challenge continues to be lake boats and our concerns about the ballast water carrying AIS, especially zebra mussels from nearby Lake Memphremagog. Long-term concerns, obviously, after 2 floods is the road and stream runoff that we get into the lake. We have new deltas on one whole side of the lake. People call them beaches, but we're concerned what they brought with them into the lake. FOVLAP help, I would love to hear you guys summarize how these early uses of Procelico are working, what they cost, so those of us that fear having to use them will know what we might face down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
All right, next up is Lake Perrin.
Hi, this is Erin from Lake Perrin. We've had a really interesting year here at Lake Perrin in North Bennington, Vermont, where we've had to recover from a tragedy last summer where we lost a camper due to a drowning. So we have spent this year regrouping and recovering. We've had a lot of community support, which has made a huge difference. But unfortunately, we struggled and faced a major insurance issue, which has made us have to pivot. We've been a swimming facility for a long time, and now we have to offer swimming at your own risk without lifeguards. And so that has changed things there at Lake Perrin, but I'm happy to say we're on the road to recovery. We do have 7 new board members coming, and we have a new strategic plan. We're working on a new mission. And another success was that we were able to get insurance on time for our weed boat operator and our weed boat permitting, so that we were able to get our weed boat out there and get some of that milfoil taken care of so that our lake is a little safer for boaters and safe swimmers. But yeah, it's been an interesting year. I'm a new director here starting in April, and so I'm really happy to be a part of this group and get to know other people who are facing some of the same things that we are here. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Erin.
All right, next up is the Black River Action Team.
Kelly? Is Kelly on?
I am, and I was having hearing issues, but it sounds like it's going good. Let's see, just couple of quick updates. I've been spending an awful lot of time on lake rescue. We're in the process of doing a lot of lake-wise assessments And that's queuing me up to do a lot of lake-wise, lake-friendly projects. Got two sets of infiltration steps done on Lake Rescue this past July. They look fantastic. I'm very excited. Doing a lot more native plantings on the shorelines, starting with three of those properties actually. And I'm starting to develop a really good relationship with the Reading Greenhouse, which is nearby, so that they will be a better resource for me for native plantings, as a lot of these lake-wise assessment reports are coming back and there are native planting recommendations. I want to hook up the local Reading Greenhouse as a clearinghouse, a very local source. So a lot of these lakeshore owners, they get the list of recommendations and they're like, where do I buy this stuff? Right there, Reading Greenhouse. We're also doing some floodplain plantings nearby where we're going to be able to raise things like red osier dogwoods, shrub willows. So as those particular species are recommended on the lake-wise assessments, we will have a local free source. We can just go get the cuttings, bring them, work with the landowner and do the plantings right then and there, and just keep the timeline close. People want to do the project. Let's go get the cuttings. Good time of year. We'll go get it and we'll do it with you and for you. So building a lot of partnership there. And I think the last thing that has me excited is one of the lake-wise assessments was done with somebody from the Lake Rescue Association. And we're going to talk next week about some plans for connecting all four of the lakes in that chain on the Black River. So good, exciting
Thank you.
stuff.
Thanks, Kelly.
All right, next up is South Pond Landowners Association.
Yep, the South Pond Landowners Association is in the process of complying with the state's unfunded mandates concerning privately owned dams. The concern is not the condition of our dam. The dam is considered to be in great shape, almost excellent, but with the effects on people and property downstream if it rained over 2 feet of water in less than 1 day and the dam failed. We're required to do both hydrologic and hydraulic evaluations, including a detailed dam failure analysis by professional engineers, a bathymetric analysis of the lake, and prepare an emergency action plan for everyone downstream from the lake. This process could cost our very small association an estimated $150,000 to $200,000 by the time we are done. FOVLAP can help by gathering information about dams and what lake associations are doing when we can help each other and compare who we hired from the different consultants and that sort of thing to make the process a lot easier for those of us dealing with dams.
Great.
Dams.
Thank you. I made a note of that.
All right, next up is, hi, I'm Jeremy Jones from the Lakes and Captain Association. I'll be speaking a little bit later, but our big accomplishment this year was the completion of our Lake Watershed Action Plan.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Next up is Burr Pond Association.
Hi, this is Keith. Start with the successes. So we did an herbicide treatment last year, and it just covered about 24 acres of our 80 acres, and followed that up with hand pulling and dash this year. So we kind of consider our milfoil managed. It's not gone, it's still there and will spread, but feels like it's almost as good as it can get without solving it. Longer term, love to see the loons and the bald eagles have come back over the last couple of years. That's awesome. Our challenges are we have a low hazard dam that's technically failed. Our sluice gates and boards are leaking and we have a crack through it. So it's low hazard, so the state's not taking action, but we've been looking how to fund repairs or replacement of that just like everybody else. We did look into doing a fire district in our town, and we're still in the middle of that. I'm going to a meeting Monday to see if they're going to progress it. But it also created some conflict within the area of the lake. And so that's our challenge, is how do we fund this and how do we deal with the conflict and get everybody to do this? We had an engineer check it out and do an assessment recently. He thinks it'll fail in a couple years. Gave us a price range of repair versus replace of 100 to 300,000 since it's a small dam. And we did a survey asking our members last week at our annual meeting, what's their willingness to pay? And we only got about half of them that were willing to pay their fair share, let's say. So that kind of doubles it for everybody else. So I'm sure there's some stress coming on, like everybody else has, about where do you get the money. We do have a public fishing access, and we feel like that doesn't help us enough when it comes to funding. So those are really our long-term concerns as well, is just how do we repair and maintain that dam? Just the cost of milfoil management just gets very high, and we're only able to do uh, herbicide treatments maybe every 3 years because that's all we can afford. And then again, managing that conflict and stress when we try to find these solutions. In particular, the investigation into the fire district caused a lot of tension around the lake. What we'd like out of FOVLAP is a lot of what we've seen, which is really any ideas or even networking and sharing of information on how to get funding or grants or other sources of money for milfoil and dam repairs. And then any influence with the legislature. I agree completely with one of the other people that said, I think the state ought to be doing more with these dams to provide more funding, even for the low hazard ones. I'll just last point, 2 of them have been drained down by us recently. There was one in West Rutland that was in the news. And then I just saw that Austin Pond was drained down to the bottom yesterday. So that was kind of why I asked Misty, but we've lost 2 ponds in our area just within the last 2 weeks. And right now they're permanently gone unless the beavers decide to take control of the situation.
Thank you, Keith. I'll just add, Keith mentioned working on a fire district. If you're interested in that, we have information on our website, on the FOVLAP website. You can go on there, just, search for the district and you'll find links to a lot of information about what that is, what it means, what it could mean for the association. Talk individually about that if anyone's interested.
Great. Next up, Friends of Northern Lake Champlain.
Thank you. My name is Ken Henderson. I'm the board chair. I would like to announce we're having our annual gathering Sunday afternoon. If anybody wants the whole story of what we've done the last year, you're very welcome to come. We've only had 6 places left for dinner, so you better get your registry. You better, at the dinner break, get in there and get yourself registered. Our guests is going to be Julie Moore and Misty, who we listened to briefly this morning. It could be an opportunity for some one-on-one if somebody's got some really direct questions. The only thing I'm going to add is that we were in a very fortunate position to have worked very hard with the state to get funding through the Clean Water Acts that have passed in the past. Our projects, very fortunately, were depending on those funds, and we did not have any of our projects canceled. As so many of our working partners in our watersheds were canceled last spring. We don't know what the future holds. We're extremely disturbed about the cancellation of the AmeriCorps program. We've had staff members, service members for the last 10 years. That is going to be a big hole in our program, not having those energetic young people come that have come to our community and have carried on the work in our community. We have quite an alumni group that's come through our organization that is settled in the state, and now that's gone. And it's something that we don't want to lose track of.
Thank you, Ken.
Next up is Halls Lake Association.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. A major success we had this past year, of course, was the Lakewise Gold Award. So thanks to Allison and her whole team, including Vicki, who I think is on this call, for all the good hard work they did. It really helped raise awareness among all the many of the shoreline owners of how they can have more lake-friendly living. We're finalizing our LWAP project that we're involved in, so we're looking forward to implementing many of the projects that action plan is outlining. We also this year started doing cyanobacteria monitoring on our lake, so that's going well. Our major challenge is getting our milfoil under control. So I'm very curious to learn about the, first of all, the informal discussion group that you've got going on. And I guess we need to be a part of that. And also the successes that people are having recently with the Corps, as that's something that we have not wanted to engage in the past, but maybe we need to take a new look at that. Something we're interested specifically in is suitable mapping techniques to quantify the distribution of milfoil around our lake. Long-term concerns are how to engage new and existing members more actively in the work that needs to be done around the lake. People like to just pay their dues and then enjoy the lake and be done. And FOVLAP continues to be a great organization, so thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Polly. And I've made a note, I'll send you an email about the Milfoil Solutions Group.
All right, next up is Lake Carmody Campers Association.
Hi, I'm Ernie Engelhardt with the Lake Carmine Association. Big news for us is that we have an alum treatment that's going to be starting very shortly. The program's going to start, we're going to start 15 September. The state park is going to be closed at that time, and there'll be limited boating on the lake after that. Essentially, the state park is going to be a location where the trucks are going to bring alum and silo, and that's going to be moved onto barges on a barge, go out into the lake, and actually put it into the lake down a couple feet below the lake surface. It's not too good. We're really excited about it. We've asked everyone we could possibly think of since 2018, and we're really excited about the opportunity to do this. The lake is 1,400 acres, 774 acres of it. So it's an exciting time for us, and we're looking forward to a bright future for Lake Carmody. We would like nothing better than retire these Safe Lake Carmody partners, which we've sent out to so many times. Well, it's a possibility. Just like, so 2 other quick things. Eagle's Nest with a camera, taking care of 2 young eagles. So it's pretty nice. We also had the state do some work on the dam at the outlet of the needed work.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernie.
Excuse me, Pat, I think for people online, more clear if the speakers here go to the podium and for.
All right, next up is the Westmore Association.
Yes, hello, Deb Smith. I'm pinch hitting for Bruce Tanner today. So we are a state lake. And while the Westmore Association funds keeping our lake or aiming to keep our lake as pristine and protected as we can, we are limited in what we can do. So we have boats in and out of our lake, and we don't have the kind of money or resources across the board to make sure those boats aren't clean when they go in. Now, here's the part that is even worse than that. In order for those ballasts, the ballasts need to be emptied when they come out. So when they come out, all that gets dumped at our boat access. So the concern and the reality has been that invasives spread in our lake. And combined this summer with all that sunshine, it spread like mad. We have places in our lake with invasives that we never had invasives before. I mean, it was kind of contained to our boating access and expanding, but it exploded this summer. So I don't want to, let's see what else. We fund a greeters program at the lake. It's very pricey. We would love to have more financing for that and more volunteers for that. So that's where we're at. Where it seems that what was most special about our lake is at risk. And I'm just going to conclude by saying, Willoughby, is known for how magnificent it is. It's very special. And what is this? And it is at great risk. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Great, next up is Caspian.
Hi, Stu Arnold, Caspian Lake. We Fortunately, still have no invasive species. That's probably one of our successes in maintaining A1 metrics with 12.9 Seshi readings. Even after the storms, we've seen a good settling out. We do have our 9th year of mating pair success on loons. So we've probably had 16 hatches over those years and 12 to 13 juveniles, at least launching themselves to the ocean. We hope that in the 3 to 5 years, some of them have actually returned within 50 miles. Maybe they've come back to our lake. Will Marlier's in the room here today, and he helped us with Lakewise Awards. Got 3 of those. They were all reassessments of ones done years past, and moving them from a 3 out of 4 up to a 4 out of 4. So that was great. Our major challenge is, the neighborhood having milfoil around us and future zebra mussel impact. We petitioned to ban wake boats and wave sports. That was denied. I've talked with Jenny and Pete and Jason about that denial, asked for it actually to be let's say undo the denial. But given that approach, we wanted some of our criteria to be made into rulemaking. One particular one is if you don't have a wake boat, which we don't, and we don't have visiting wake boats, we want that to be a criteria to be added, and that would help 5 other lakes, the same boat. So it's an added criteria. I'm hoping that they'll be reviewing. We'll talk about that some more soon. So we also support the home lake rule as it's
2 minutes,
stated. Yeah, so we want that to be around, because we would want it if we had it on our lake. The other last thing is just lake level management. We're being impacted there. We've done a lot with high water. Now we're dealing with low water and our dam situation. So we'll be working tightly on that. Thank you all. Thank you to FOVLAP.
Thank you, Stu.
Yep, next up is Green River Reservoir.
Tom Kastner, Friends of Green River. Just a little background, we're a 653 acre lake on a 5,100 acre state park. We've been going through relicensing issues. Last week, 7 days, if you haven't seen it. I won't go into all the details. I don't have time. One thing we've been focusing on is handicapped access. We have 26 remote campsites. You have to paddle into all of them. So we're working on one this year. We have a new launch dock, and we're working on several others in the coming years. We also have had 4 pair of nesting loons, 1 unsuccessful pair. And our loon count this year was, I think, around 20 on loon count day.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Next up is Barnard Silver Lake.
Hi, this is Sherry Sprague. I am also pinch hitting and also brand new to our lake association, so I don't have as much expertise or information as I would like. But I can tell you what a couple things I do know. We had a Lakewise presentation for the first time just a few weeks ago, a month ago, and really great turnout. We've got 4 or 5 awards that have been given out already, and a lot of people on the schedule. So we're happy about that. I know they also talked to the state park, who did not get an award. Definitely needs some improvement. I think our biggest issue is the cyanobacteria blooms that we've seen over the summer a couple times, and we're really trying to figure out if there's anything we can affirmatively do to help that. We're a small lake, like I think it's 86 acres. We've got a couple loons, but I think we're too small for them to actually nest. And I think that's about it, as far as what I know.
Right. So I'm also with Barnard Silver
Oh,
Lake.
Laura's here. Hi.
Hi. I'm showing up just in time. We're having a lot of
Yeah.
conflicts between the two of us, but we're making it. So yeah, we had one bloom of E. coli, which is really unusual for Barnard, or at some point in the summer, about the middle of the summer in July. It was a sizable spike, like 10 times the limit, and it disappeared pretty much the next day. So we're thinking it was an event of some sort, although it got pinned on the 27 Canada geese that were there, including, basically 10 adults, but the rest were littles. So, we cleaned up the goose poop, but there was also some other rumors of something that could have happened, but something happened, and it's really unusual for us. It was not like a rain event or anything. Came out of the blue. The state park shut down for a day. We test every 2 weeks in 2 different locations for E. coli. And it basically came as fast as it left as fast as it came. So I think it got cleaned out. So there's really was not a clear way of resolving what caused it, and it's sort of an outlier, I think, at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah. So everything looks really good. We are now in our 3rd year of the cyanobacteria showing up, starting in about the middle of July, and
2 minutes
going straight through. I was on the lake yesterday, and there was a bunch sort of towards the outlet, and the rest of it was clean, very clean. So I think it will start to dissipate with cooler temperatures. We had, of course, in Vermont, upper 90s for quite a stretch, which I think contributes to it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sure.
Great. Next up is Friends of Waterbury Reservoir.
Okay, I'm gonna go quick. Francine Chittenden, Friends of Waterbury Reservoir. We can report that we had a nesting pair of eagles with 2 babies this year, which was very exciting. Our loon nests have yet to produce any chicks. We basically keep putting it out there and they ignore our raft. We've had tremendous amounts of flooding the last 2 summers, where a lot of the shoreline was unusable for 2 to 3 weeks. When the Waterbury Reservoir floods, it can go up to at least 14 to 15 feet. The whole shoreline of the reservoir is pretty much in the Vermont State Forest, so there's no homes on the lake. So it's basically used for flood control. We have a scheduled, I know I hear a lot about dams being repaired. Vermont Waterbury Reservoir is supported by the state of Vermont and the federal government. We have a dam closure scheduled for 27 to 29. They'll be repairing our tainter gates, which are the upper gates on the dam. The cost of this repair is about $80 million, just so you know. It's more than any association could do. It means that the water will be drained 30 to 60 feet. The deepest is over by the dam, which is about 80 or 95 feet. So there won't be much water there. So our challenge going forward is during those 2 years, it's an opportunity for us to look at things that we could do as an organization. We have an invasive, it's called brittle naiad. We have no idea how to get rid of it, but it might be an opportunity for us to address it and look forward to other people giving us some thoughts about, if the water's gone, what can we do? And I'm looking for advice, and I'm hoping to reach out to others who've dealt with it. I'm told it's very difficult to get
2 minutes.
thank you very much. And, oh, also, we really appreciate all the people who use our lake, especially the adaptive sports folks. They really rely on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Francine.
Okay, next up is Lake Raponda.
Jack?
I can step up.
Okay.
So, Jack Witness, Lake Raponda. We're in Wilmington. Last year, we had a gold award.
I'm here. I apologize. Jack,
Sorry,
you can go ahead. I'll just add on to anything you have to say if I have more comments.
Go ahead, Ann. I defer to our president.
Oh, okay. It's been a pretty quiet summer for us. I'm happy to say. Jack's been there more than I have for a lot of personal reasons. I'm sorry to say I haven't been able to be at the lake too much, but a quick summary would be no AIS, and we have had, I believe, no serious blooms, algae blooms. We have a pair of loons that have nested twice, but we've had no successful hatches. We do have a dam that has been determined to need some repair, but we are town managed. The dam is town managed, and we will get some financial assistance there, I'm happy to say. Someone earlier mentioned trying to share information on engineers who could be helpful with analyzing dams. We're in the south of Vermont. The firm that was used by our town is called MSK Engineering out of Bennington, if that helps anyone. Otherwise, our good news is that we did get the gold award at the end of last summer. We still need to continue to promote, people attending to and being aware of the proper types of plantings they should have at the shoreline. And I guess for my personal, for my purposes, I unfortunately got to the meeting late. I did not hear about the caffeine testing. I know it's something that's out there, and I'm just curious if anyone can tell me if that's being instituted across all lakes now or only certain lakes, because that would be something we would be interested in knowing in terms of identifying septic leaks.
Across all lakes in the lake monitoring program.
All lakes are doing that now. Okay, so that's it for me, Jack. Maybe you have some more items to flesh things out.
Thanks, Ann. And Jack says no more? Okay. Thank you.
All right, next up is Lake Elmore Association.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Barkley. I'm the Vice President of the Lake Elmore Association. This year we had 6 greeters that we had hired for our greeter program. They greeted 732 boats and inspected 592 and decontaminated 14 boats as of August 25th. The program has worked well for us and we really haven't had any issues. This year, due to the illness of one of the major members of the weed pulling diver crew, they did not get started until August 18th. We normally have them start the 1st of July. As a result of that, with all the sunny weather, of course, that made the milfoil thrive. And then in addition to that, it was getting cut up by the boats that were using the lake in July and up until the middle of August. So the milfoil has spread. We had a pretty good control of it, but I think this year we've lost some of that control. We're hoping that we'll be able to overcome it next year. And we are thinking about seeking alternate divers or weed pulling services for next year. And I did want to say a couple of years ago, I went to a list and I don't remember if it was FOVLAP or on the state's website that listed diving companies that did weeding for milfoil. And I contacted all of the businesses on that list, and I didn't get a response from anyone. So I don't know if that, and I did follow up too and still didn't get a response. So I don't know if that's a list that can be updated somehow, or if people have recommendations of other diving services, I think we'd be interested in hearing about that. And we also continue to work with Peter Danforth, who's the director of the Lamoille County Conservation District. And we were able to get a grant for a major stormwater project that was completed this summer. And other projects we have identified.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank
Okay.
you.
And Pat, we wanted to thank you for coming to our annual meeting, you and Jerry and Jay White for making the presentation at our annual meeting at Lake Elmore.
Thanks, Cheryl, and we enjoyed it. Owen?
I just wanted to mention, I can send it to you, Pat, and then you can disperse it amongst your members, but we do have, there's an updated kind of list of that sort of thing that we do have on the website, but I'll make sure to send it to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Owen.
All right, next up is Tim Pond.
Hi. We continue to do suction harvesting. We hire professional divers and they come, and we're starting to get ahead of the milfoil, and they have a plan to map the lake. So we're hopeful. We're a very small lake. We only have about 70 cottages and houses, and there's no public access. We are excited that people seem to be interested in Lakewise. We keep getting a few more awards, and we were really proud. One of our homeowners was 2 out of 4, and after 2 years, they did what they were supposed to, and they got their award this year. And, you know, membership seems to be a problem, and having people be part of our group. People who have longtime members of our association have had enough and have backed out, and it's just tough getting people interested. And that's it.
Thank you, Sherry.
I had a question in the chat.
Go ahead.
Is there a specific time frame that is most vulnerable for milfoil to spread by fragments from boats, or can fragments take root in any season?
I'll answer really quickly. It's effectively any time whenever the water temperature, quality, or chemistry is right for irrigational milfoil growth. Typically, it spreads more easily in the spring, or I'm sorry, not the spring, but the early summer here in Vermont, and slows down a little bit in the fall. But it can, yeah, really any time during the growing season, it can spread via fragments.
Okay, next up is Echo Lake.
Yes, let's see. Our Lake Watershed Action Plan was completed at the end of 2024. So our association will now focus on getting designs and funding for the top projects that were identified. Echo Lake continues to be AIS free. Our greeter program runs 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. This year, we started our greeters a week before Memorial Day due to the fact that invasives emerge earlier than native plants. We have established a very robust Vermont Invasive Patrollers Initiative. Our dedicated team of lakebed surveyors cover the entire lake. We're not only surveying for invasives, but we are recording and mapping native plants as well. This type of data collection is so important, which is why we participate in the lay monitoring program, cyanobacteria monitoring, sponsored through the DEC and the Lake Champlain Committee, and the La Rosa Partnership Program, which allows us to do water testing on our tributaries. One highlight this summer, it was the first time that we had 2 successful pairs of nesting loons. One pair that nested on the raft had 2 chicks, and the second pair that nested on the shore produced 2 eggs, but only 1 chick. All 3 are doing well and growing up fast. An interesting observation has been the abundance and expansiveness of native aquatic plants in the lake, mainly largely pondweed, and the inordinate amount of filamentous algae in our shallow areas. We don't know if these occurrences are due to the hot, sunny, and calm days we've been having, or if it's from the past year's flooding events, which brought in sediment along with nutrients, or a combination of the 2 situations, but we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. And we just want to give a big thank you to FOVLAP for all the work you do. That's it for Echo Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Holly.
Next up is Lake Groton. Richard from Lake Groton. Okay, we'll swing back if back online. Lake Harvey.
That's me. Did you come up?
Come up, Jackie.
I'm actually doing this for Jan Parsons. She couldn't be here in person today. So probably one of our biggest success stories is that we have a greeter program that runs 7 days a week for 12 hours a day, goes from May until October. I think our challenge there is finding people at the end of August through October. So when I send out notices for hiring people, I'm gonna add specifics to that to hopefully get some people that are on the lake that'll take that slack up when the college kids leave and stuff. So the one of our challenges are two. We have the flooding that still affects part of our lakes where we have what I call deltas coming out into the lake. And the humorous part of it is somebody planted grass on some of it, so they now have more, more lawn. And I said, I wonder if they're gonna get taxed more because of that. And the other one is our wake sports. We've sent in 2 petitions to not have wake sports on Harvest Lake. And we're still sort of waiting to see if that'll happen. Our lake is big enough for what they say. It's 351 acres, but it's shaped like a squished heart. So the section for the wake boats is like right in the middle where everybody uses their boats and kayaks and canoes and stuff. We have 2 loon families this year, only 1 chick that I have seen. We also had 3 eaglets born this year, which are a little bit crazy because they're all over the place now that they're flying. But I think that's it.
Thanks. Thank you, Jackie.
Next up is Lake Iroquois.
Hi, I'm Jane Clifford, president of the Lake Iroquois Association. Our first big success this year is we actually finished a project with LARD, which is the Lake Iroquois Recreation District. We had procured about a $400,000 grant with them for redoing the road, BB Lane. So that was successfully completed, which is a huge project in both getting it done, but hopefully really reducing the phosphorus that's coming from that road. The other one is our greeter program. We have added another greeter this year, so 4 full-time, 12 hours, 7 to 7. We had 2,546 contacts with greeters in Lake Iroquois for 4 days. We are a small lake. 2,000, and looking at the numbers that were tracked was 35,000. We were 9% of that in Lake Iroquois. So a lot of activity on our lake. So a great shout out. Challenges, engagement and kind of from, unless there's a crisis on your lake, people seem to be complacent. So it's hard getting people engaged. It's hard getting membership updated. So that's always something we're working on. And just a big thank you to Pat and the FOVLAP group for just providing the information and the opportunities to work together. It really does make a difference.
Thank you, Jane.
Next up is Peach and Pond.
Yeah, hi, I'm Martha Winston, and I'm proud to say I'm now vice president of the association. We found a president who's 40 years old. And bowing out a little bit, so I'm very excited about that. Anyway, we have a successful nesting loon with 1 chick, and he's getting really big and getting ready to migrate, I'm sure. We've concluded our 8th summer of public access breeder program. We breed about 300 to 350 boats is all, but we're only a weekend program. So that's pretty good for us, I think, and no AIS. We're dealing with some things with our dam also, but we are on a Green Mountain Power dam, which flows into a hydroelectric Green Mountain Power dam at Marshfield. And when that dam was rebuilt, they put us on a new schedule. We used to draw down our pond 12 feet every winter. And we loved it because we got to leave our docks out. And, you know, life was easy. Now we're down to 3 feet. And so our docks are going to get all crushed this year, I think. And we also have a lot of new aquatic plant growth because of that. There's no freezing back at the littoral zone anymore. And we have an abundance of naiad, pondweed. So we decided to have, a professional aquatic plant survey done this summer. Arrowwood Environmental did a great job. We just got the report. And he says, our pond is going to be healthier for what's going on. We are going to need more VIPs to keep track of everything because there's plants everywhere now. But so far, again, nothing invasive. And another really positive is that we have been working with our national, Caledonia County Natural Resource Conservation District. It's always a big mouthful. Emily Finnegan is our director. They are just completing a project at our boat ramp. She wrote a grant for clean water funds, and they are redoing our boat ramp for better drainage, so it does not bring all the sediment down into the pond. And it should be concluded in October. They did a round in May, and it didn't turn out quite right. Okay, so thanks to her, thanks to FOVLAP, your communication skills are wonderful. We really appreciate them.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Linda.
And next up is Lake Maury. Start the timer, Vince.
Don't take any time. Vince Pisegna from Lake Maury. So we have two new young loon chicks that we're all relishing on our lake, and they seem to be flourishing. Can't really tell, but they seem to be flourishing. We had a spot milfoil treatment with Procelicor this year that seems to be successful and working. With the intervention of FOVLAP, we submitted a letter in support of Joe's Pond's request to the state for approval of emergency treatment by Procelicor, which the state did approve. But our biggest concern at this point is, believe it or not, this first person mentioning this, is traffic and road safety on our circumference road. We're blessed with a circumference road around our lake, but people do pass through it. And we're finding that the bikers and the walkers are interfacing too much with the traffic. We had a biker who was forced off the road a couple of months ago. He's okay. But we're trying to get our hands around road safety. So here's a request. If anyone has dealt with road safety around your lake, I'd appreciate knowing what your experience has been, number one. And number two, if you have an expert or know of an expert, a traffic expert or consultant who can help us in trying to figure out what to do. It really is a problem, not a political problem so much as it is we've got a small 2-lane rural highway around our lake, which is charming, but there are people and there are cars. And we need to figure out some way to try to make that safer for everybody. So please, if you have some information, a consultant or an experience that you've had on your lake in your community, please let me know. I'm on the FOVLAP website, and I'd appreciate any input that you can give.
Okay. Elizabeth Bird asked if you could add speed bumps.
Yes, we've done that we're doing that, and we don't think that's going to be enough. But thank you for the suggestion. We put up one of those timers, one of the clocks that clocks how fast you're going, and that appeared to be temporarily successful. With the emphasis on temporary.
Because you didn't have a police officer or a sheriff.
Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you, though, for the suggestion.
Thanks, Vince.
All right, next up is Hazelton Pond.
Hello, my name is Richard Williams. Hazelton Pond is a little different than what we've been talking about for water bottlers. It's a 4-acre lake, a pond on a farm that was subsistence farm for my great grandparents. It has a steep slope on one side of about 1,500 feet elevation gain. And so slope control and management is a key issue. So this year we were able to put it into a reserve forestry management plan with passive management. So we're minimizing the risk of slope erosion from any type of human activity on it. And I'll just stop right there so we can move on.
Thank you, Richard.
All right, next up is Lake Bombazine Association.
Hello, I'm Liz Bird, and now the vice president of the Lake Bombazine Association. We have a new president, Bridget McIntyre, who had a conflict this morning, but we're very excited about having Bridget along. Bombazine continued with greeters program 2 or 3 days a week, which I don't think is enough. But it's a little bit difficult to, we have 2 spots and it's a challenge to pay for more than that at this point. Our biggest challenge is education. I think, like many people said, when people come to the lake, they really, if they don't see any immediate problem, they just really want to enjoy their time. It's understandable. FOVLAP's essential in that education. A lot of what they give us, we can pass along, and that's been tremendously helpful. We were part of a short film about lake health that FOVLAP got funding for. We were very happy to be part of that. Most lake community members equate clear water and excellent SETI scores with perfect lake health, rather than understanding that zebra mussels and Asian clams are responsible for that clarity. We continue to battle milfoil. We have 4 groups, lake associations on Bombazine, and one of them cuts milfoil and 2 of them actually cut milfoil. Our main challenges are the rising levels of sediment and the loading of phosphorus from that loading and failed septics. We are working on our membership and educational opportunities and small groups that FOVLAP put together to, have all of us gather and talk about how we face the challenges of AIS, and wake boats and the like have been tremendously helpful to us. And we continue to hope to, make strides in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Next up is Member Magog Watershed Association.
I'm Beth Torpy. MWA moved from an all-volunteer organization to having paid employees about 8 years ago. We now have 2 full-time scientists and 1 part-time scientist and 1 part-time administrative assistant. We'll be hiring a part-time bookkeeper soon. And so they were always busy. There have been 3 active restoration design grants, 7 active restoration implementation projects, 1 project development grant to identify kickstart projects, and they completed the Echo Seymour Lake Watershed Action Plan. They're also the manager for the regional AIS grant, and we're involved in the pre-rulemaking process of the wake boat rule update. And MWA strongly opposes the removal of the AIS prevention provisions, and that includes the elimination of the home lake rule. 6 of the water bodies in the watershed are going to be part of the 18 remaining lakes when the new rule gets through. So we really appreciate FOVLAP's response and look forward to continued support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beth.
And last up is Pellet Bay.
Is Jan on?
Yeah, I'm on. And we're strictly a harvesting type organization. Currently, we are seeing a little less milfoil over the last 2 to 3 years than what we've previously seen. But we do continue to do our harvesting, which is starting to wind up for the season. That's about all I have to say on that.
Great. Thank you, Jan. And I think, are there any lakes that we missed? Okay. Are there any further comments or questions? I have been making notes. I've been making a few notes, so things that people want information about. And okay, so we're almost back on track. Actually, it's the time. So we are going to take a lunch break for 60 minutes. So we will be back here and resume our meeting at 10 on the dot. There are lots of places you can walk to right in the area where you can grab some lunch. So take a walk, get some sun. It's a beautiful day out there, and we'll see you back here at 10 minutes after 1. We're going to start our afternoon speakers. So beginning, our topic is celebrating lake associations, achievements and future goals. And we're going to start off, we have a panel of speakers. So we're going to start off with Jeremy Jones from Lake St. Catherine.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
How's it going? I'm Jerry Jones from the Lakes and Catherine Association, one of the board members. There you go. So we're a 501c3 formed in August of 1953. We manage and direct and raise funds through membership dues, donations, grants, allocations from our towns for important lake management programs. Mission is the preservation, protection, and maintenance of beautiful Lake St. Catherine, which is between Wells and Fulton. So some quick highlights from the Lake St. Catherine this year. Our biggest achievement this year was our over 3-year work to complete our Lake Watershed Action Plan. We'd like to thank the Fulton Meadowy Natural Resources Conservation District. We worked with Vermont State University at Castleton. We worked with linologist Emily Porter Goff, Fitzgerald Environmental, some folks that you might know. And we completed our Watershed Action Plan in June. We also worked with Fulton Meadowy and Fitzgerald Environmental. We had 12 stormwater master plan projects that were designed this year. So we're excited about that. It's our 7th year of Lakewise in Lake St. Catherine. We had 3 award winners last year. We're up to 29 in total. We've got a long way to go for the gold award. We would need almost 90 because of the size of our lake, but we're working our way towards that. We've expanded days of coverage of the reader program, which we were happy to do this year. We had another successful year of our method control program focusing on DASH this particular year. And we're happy to be, hopefully in the fall, going to be expanding our water testing of the lake with in-lake loggers and some handheld units that we're going to be able to purchase. All of these programs were paid and supported in part by grants from Lake Champlain Basin Program and NEIWPCC, the state, and allocations from our towns and our membership. So we thank everybody involved for all the things we do. But Pat asked me with this presentation if I could focus on what the Lakes Catherine Association is doing for lake community outreach and engagement. So I'm going to focus my presentation today. So this is just some of the things that we've done over the past several years. So the first thing I'll talk about is communication. So these are all things that have been successful for our lake association to work with our local lake community and kind of expand our reach and get more folks involved in caring about the lake. So one of the things that we do, we maintain a very active website. We've got a blog that we try to post updates about the lake, what's going on in the state with other lakes, what's going on with FOVLAP. So that's always and constantly updated. So when folks visit, they're always seeing new information. We also post that on our Facebook page, so we keep that up to date as well. We send frequent email updates to our membership. So we've got about almost a 500 email list of folks that we email at least a couple times a month, a big digest of things that we might have posted on our website and Facebook page. We do a printed and digital version of our newsletter. We put those at local businesses in town and let folks know that the printed newsletters are available there. This is something that Jack had led when he was part of FOVLAP. Other lakes have done this in the past.
Still part of FOVLAP.
On the board.
As an individual member.
Yeah, as a board member. So created this template. It's called a door knocker, where we got a template on our FOVLAP website. You can download that. Put your lake information on there, and you go around and you hand them out on your lake, and you put them on your on the doors, door knockers. And also creating educational materials that are available when you have your events. We also post on Front Porch Forum, which is a great way to reach folks. We reach out to our local newspaper to get releases in those publications. And then this is something we came up with when COVID hit. It's called Dockside Chats. So we wanted to still get our message out there, and we set it up so if an individual or groups of camps on the lake wanted to speak to somebody on the board, we'd set up a Dockside Chat where we paddle over or boat over to that place and sit down with everybody that was gathered there and talk about lake issues. So that this, we do about, I'd say about 8 to 10 of these a year, which has been really popular. We also always publish a year in review where we go through everything that the Lake Association did for the lake in the previous year. So that was our 2024 year in review. Where we make sure we distribute that everywhere on everything I just talked about on those outlets. And then we try to give something to our members when they join. So you can see I've got my patch on that a local artist designed. So they're very inexpensive. We were able to get them less than $1 a piece, so it's not a huge impact. But it gives something to our members. And this is the 3rd year in a row that we've done this, and they've been very popular. Somebody on my street, she's got her hat and she's got all 3 patches in her. So it's great to see. And then we write handwritten notes to everyone. So we've got almost 400 members. My wife writes handwritten notes to all the members join. So we make a big deal about this little membership package that we send out. And then also what I heard a lot today when people were giving the lake reviews, this is our loon chick from this year. We've got a photographer on our lake that takes beautiful pictures with her gigantic camera. This is one of the beautiful shots that she got of our loon chick this year. And things like this, they help you connect with your lake community. So promote these things, promote your wildlife on your lake. We've seen it get people interested in other lake topics because they care so much about the loons. And this is our nesting pair of eagles. They had 3 eaglets this year. Again, very popular, got people really involved in the lake community, really excited, lots of posts, lots of chatter around the lake, people stopping to take photos of the nest. And it gets people involved. So other things that we do is organize volunteer events. So the big one that we do in May is Green Up Day. It's a great way to get folks involved around the lake. We set up a map on Google Maps and we have people pick the sections of road that they're going to volunteer for, put their name up there and say, you know, it's the green team crew is going to go do this area. So we the last several years, we've gotten all lakes covered, or all of our roads around the lake covered. And we've also even expanded into our towns to get more folks involved. This was a picture from milfoil cleanup that we did, which is right at the end of our lake at the dam. So folks reached out and said, hey, we had milfoil really came in and killed all our lily pads that were buffering the shoreline. So we got a bunch of folks together, including the neighbors there, and we went and hand pulled and got the whole area cleaned up. So it was a great event for those folks. We've also got a VIP panels that we do. We've got one coming up this weekend on Sunday. Very excited about that. And another thing you could do is organize loon counts on the lake. So we did that this year where we've got a very big lake. So we had people in all different areas say, okay, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it was 9 o'clock. We're going out and we're going to go check out your area of the loon. And then everybody reported back. So we got to see all the reports from people around the lake. And then we submitted our loon count to BCD, which was great. So education and outreach. This is a really great program. If you're not familiar with it, it's called Libraries Love Lake. If you've got a library near your lake. This is Gina. She, up until just recently, was the librarian at the Wells Village Library. She reached out to us to see if we would like to partner with her on this program, and we said yes. So over the last 4 years that we've been having events called with the Libraries Love Lakes theme, we were able to get a couple of different grants that have helped fund those events from Lake Champlain Basin. So this is one thing we were able to do. We were able to commission a local artist to make a watershed model of the lake that actually holds water. So you can see in the middle there, it's filled with water. So we can put pollution and things into the watershed and do a spray bottle and make it rain onto the model. And they can see how it carries sand that we can put on there or food coloring into the lake and show why it's important to take care of our watershed and not just what's coming off the lake. It also helped fund this whole section of the library called the Lakes and Capra Collection, which has all kinds of conservation books and materials for the kids at the library about taking care of our lakes. We were also able to do these really fun events. We were able to host the giant watershed map from the Maritime Museum. We had Eric Hansen and a representative from Rutland Audubon Society come in for a spring event for talking about birds around the lake. And then this event was on the end here. We took a bunch of kids out onto the lake. They did water testing at the state park, and we had all kinds of events happening at the state park. And then our fall event, I should say. So this was winter, spring, summer. We had the theme was based on the seasons. Our fall event was where we had artists come and interpret the lake and the beauty of the lake. So different way to think about it. So this is local artist Peter Huntoon. You might have heard of him. He did beautiful paintings. He painted this picture of the little lake. So that's a picture of him painting the picture, and that's the finished picture. That was from the event. Really great to have that. So we also participate in local events. There's a thing called East Pulteney Day. It was the 90th East Pulteney Day. So we set up our tent there. We do visits to local schools and talk to kids. This was at the Wells Village School a couple years ago. And then conducting an annual meeting. So I know a lot of folks are doing that at their lakes, but make an event out of it, have fun with it. We do the business part, and then we have a great dinner at the country club that's around the lake. It's a great event. It sells out every year. And it's just a great event to get your local folks together, try to build that community. Then presenting work updates. We're always having events to talk about the watershed action plan or the stormwater master plans. We have 2 of those meetings in June of this year. And then invite local experts to talk at your lake. So we recently had a wastewater workshop at our lake, talking about septic systems. Eric Hansen came and did a presentation for us. So those are great ways to get people to your lake to talk about good topics and then get the lake community involved as well. And then also have some fun. This is our boat parade. We do this every year at the 4th of July. Great patriotic boats. There's funny boats, people all dressed as minions. This was Ruby. She dressed up as the hatching moon. So that was a great job that she did that, made the nest on the front of her boat. And then a throwback to the spirit of Woodstock. These ladies did a great job on there. So have some fun too. It builds the community around the lake. And then finally, reaching out and connecting, join FOVLAP. So shameless plug. As Pat had mentioned earlier, we want to help lakes that don't have an association form an association. If you are a lake association, FOVLAP is a great resource. So to connect with other lakes and see what everybody else is doing. And connect with your natural resource conservation districts and your watershed groups. We do a lot of work with them locally, and they're great partners to work with. And then this is one of the biggest ones. Reach out to your state and local governments. Establish relationships with your state representatives and senators. Reach out to them. Let them know you're there. You can find out who your state reps are, the legislature website, which is right there. And do the same with your local select boards. So some lakes have multiple select boards that they need to work with. And just like our lake, we have 2 select boards that we work with, and we present at town meeting day, attend your board meetings, reach out to those folks and set up those relationships that can help you. And that's it for me. I speak fast.
Hello. Sorry, I have to get that. That's right. If I see, Catherine writes, Lake St. Catherine, very impressive. Love your dockside chat concept. How much does it cost to be a member of your association, and how many emails do you send to membership a year?
We ask $100 for every camp owner, and then we have a business membership where we have a sponsors page. For local businesses, that's $200. And then we started what we call supporter of Lake St. Catherine membership. So that's $35. And that's for family members who love the lake, and want to get involved and get on the mailing list. It's for renters who come to the lake every year. It's for day users. So those are our main membership levels. And the other question was?
How many emails do you send?
Oh, emails. So we probably, in the summer, we might send up to 3 emails a year, but those are easy to create because we're creating content for our website, Facebook pages. So it's kind of just digests or summaries of those postings that may go up. And then also if there's an alert or something, we can just send those out.
That's it. Other questions?
Yeah, Jeff.
So what, your talents are with IT and with web pages and whatnot, and it sounds to me like you've done a great job. And I just wonder how important you think that is for lake associations to have those skills. Yours are exceptional. What can the normal person do? And what has happened to your membership as you've grown your expanse with social media and your web pages? What's happened over the last 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so back in, I think 17, we updated our webpage and we made it so folks could join online. It's not hard. There's lots of services that you could use that are available. I can suggest some if folks are looking for new websites. Makes it easy for folks to pay their dues online and also create that community where they can log in. They've got their username and password to get onto the website, and then you can do that kind of thing. And it's not, it doesn't have to, that part doesn't have to be hard. The hard part is content, getting your content. So, working with other board members to find out what's going on, take pictures of the lake, write up little blurbs and stories and get those. It's really easy to post those online. So I think content is the bigger hurdle to get over, and getting that information out there and spending the time to type that up and getting it out there.
And that's social media for the most part. And then you take the best of that, I guess, with your newsletters or whatever.
Yeah, we usually try to start on our webpage and then work back from there to emails that go out or social. And you had one other question?
What's happened to your membership?
Oh, yes. So when we went to the online model where people could still send in checks or stop by and drop off a check, to also be able to do it online, we've more than doubled since I started working on the website. So the membership numbers went up, but also the amount of contributions that we've been receiving has way more than doubled since 2017, when we started doing this more online push to get more information out, and all the other things I mentioned, working in the community and reaching out to folks around the lake and the towns.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
One thing we did was, we took our Facebook page private.
Mhm.
Because we wanted people around the pond to feel more comfortable listing things for sale or sharing news of what's going on or things, because the public page wasn't being used much, and that was kind of a way for us to like make it our own, more our own.
Mhm. Yeah, so
You have a public or a private?
So we have a private page where we just are the only ones that can post, but then other folks on the lake many years ago had started the Lake St. Catherine Vermont page, and that's open for anybody to post, and we post there as well. So even when we post on our page, we'll share it over to that page as well, so it gets more coverage. So we have that nice balance of we post where we have our official postings, and then there's a more community related site where we can also participate. Any other questions? Great, thanks, everybody.
Jeremy, okay, so next up, Colin Brennan from Lake Heath.
Well, I'm feeling a little inadequate as a lake association after our meeting. But nonetheless, I'm here. I'm sorry.
I'm taking a minute to get your thing shared here.
Okay. Well, I can start going anyway.
Yep.
So when Jerry Burdell first asked me to speak on our accomplishments related to our battle with Eurasian mortar milfoil, I was a bit surprised because it seemed like we were losing that battle. But it turned out to be a good exercise to focus on the things that we did do well, which is not that easy for me because I'm a glass half empty kind of gal. But let me give you a little bit of background. In July 22, we first discovered milfoil. It would be the first picture with the lake. Yeah. So we first discovered milfoil in 2022. We're a smallish lake, about 198 acres. And you can go to the next slide. So our reaction when we first discovered it was.
You got a presentation form down the bottom.
Okay. Would it be easier if we connected our laptop? So we were horrified. We were like, oh no, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna do it? Who's gonna help us? How are we gonna fund it? Should we sell our houses? But we quickly got over the shock, rolled up our sleeves, and we got to work. And for the next 4 seasons, 3 years, 4 seasons, we threw everything at it that we had. Unfortunately, despite that, we continue to see some really significant growth throughout the lake. But this year we did just get an herbicide permit. We had our first treatment last week, so we are very hopeful that this will be a game changer for us. So you can move on to the next slide. So this is how we look at milfoil. For those of you that may not recognize, that's Mrs. Kravitz from the Bewitched series. What we'd probably call a Karen today, that very nosy neighbor getting all up in your business. So that's how we think of milfoil now, that just neighbor we need to just keep on the other side of that fence. So, okay, we can go on to the next slide. So in focusing on the positives, what we did well, and you can go one further. One thing we did exceptionally well is we acted super quickly and aggressively. Within 6 weeks, we threw all the non-herbicidal treatment methods that were available at it. So, you know, the dash, the benthic blankets, the hand harvesting, we did the surveys, we did all of it. And a shout out here to, of course, Kim Jensen was really so helpful in guiding us through this process right from the start. We felt very fortunate to have done all that. We were in a good position. We had done a lot of education leading up to that. We had done a lot of, we had a good fund that we had started to be able to support those efforts. We understand that a lot of lakes that find themselves in this position are not always able to start with treatments that very first year. So we feel fortunate that we were. By year 3, which is this year, we obtained the herbicide permit. And as I said, we just got that treatment in last week. We are the first lake to receive it so quickly, despite Joe's Pond. That was a rapid response grant, a little different, but yay for Joe's Pond. So we, again, feel like this is going to be a good game changer. Very happy to hear Jenny speaking earlier on, and that seeing that the tides are changing a little bit towards now being able to consider that a little bit earlier. We feel strongly, had we been able to do that in our first, second, or even third season, we would be in a much different position today than we are, and we'd need to use a lot less herbicides than we are using now. Okay, move on to the next one, please. Okay, so some of the things, there's a lot of stuff we did through this process, and I'm just gonna focus on the things that may or may not be unique to other lakes, but things that we felt we did very well and that were very effective. So we already had programs in place like VIP and GRITA programs, and we did make them more robust and gave some more structure to those, but we were in pretty good shape with those. One thing that we are very proud of is our hand harvest team. And big shout out to Chrissy Kano. She came out and did our first training with a group of people. We felt it was much more impactful to have somebody that has had the past experience with this and had a good success story to be very motivating, which it was. And we followed that up with one-on-one hands training. A lot of our guys happen to be divers, which are great certified divers, but we purchased equipment to facilitate their work, dive suits, weight belts, these hookah type devices that give them an air source for when they're diving down deeper, like if you're, this way you don't need an actual dive tank, or if you're snorkeling, you can go down deeper. And these efforts were very strongly coordinated with our VIP and DASH team. So for example, the VIPs would go out and drop orange buoys everywhere they saw a milfoil. The dive teams knew, okay, wherever I see a little orange buoy, that's where we go. They dive, they get it, they pick the buoy up. And the buoys are all kept at a couple different docks along the lake, so everybody can go and gather and restock as they need to. Okay, we can move on. Volunteer recruitment. I would say we really shined here. We've had amazing support from our Lake Association members. We've had over 500 volunteer hours for the last 3 seasons that we've accumulated, and that I would say is a pretty conservative estimate. So people have really showed up in a big way. And we feel a lot of this had to do with the messaging that we put out. We made a real point to drive home the point that we are looking for a lot of people to do a very little bit of work. We wanted it to be low burden, low commitment for everybody. This even applied to when we were looking for board members. I think everybody can relate to, it's like pulling teeth sometimes to try to get a board member or a committee member. We have one board member right now who was a bit reluctant to join. We promised her, just do it for a year, trial year, even though it's a 2-year term. We'll give you the least amount of responsibility of everybody. She joined. She decided to see out the term. She joined up for another term. She's volunteered to take on much more responsibility, and has recently even dragged her husband in, who heads up our watershed management program now. And so we are very fortunate to have the both of them. When we do look for tasks, I found that, or for help rather, putting out a sign-up sheet or asking people to sign up for different committees, we were lucky if we got a single person to sign up. So we took a little different tactic, and I kept what I call like a worker bee list. So it seemed people were much more willing to sign up to be called upon on an as-needed basis, where they can decide if they wanted to or were available or not to help. So what this looked like was I would just send out a mass email saying, hey, we are, like here, we're cleaning and rolling and storing vented blankets today. We're going to do it this day between 2 and 4. Please show up if you can. And inevitably, we would have more people than we even needed. So this was just turned out to be really effective for us. Nobody likes to commit. Everybody's afraid if they're going to sign up for a committee, they're going to be just drugged down into some black hole of responsibility. So this no commitment task seemed to help. And then, of course, the more you get people involved with these little, you kind of bring them in very slowly into your role. We've had some good success for, getting some regular help that way. Approaching people one-on-one, that's sort of, not rocket science. It's harder to say no to somebody if you're asking them personally, face-to-face. Doesn't hurt to tell them exactly why they're perfect for that position, and everybody likes their ego rubbed a little bit. Job description. So for roles that required more effort on a volunteer's part, for example, like our greeter manager, again, people are afraid to volunteer for something when they don't really know what it entails. So we developed these sort of job descriptions, very specific detailed lists of the responsibilities, and even a very simple sort of step-by-step guide on how to do it. This we found very helpful, especially for those roles. People could be very, very clear on what was expected of them that way, and were much more willing then to take the plunge. And we can move on. Yeah. Not following up with my cards here, so who knows what I missed. Okay, fundraising. Like most people, the source of our funding has been grants primarily. However, we've tried to reach out to other avenues too, because if anything has become apparent in this past year, grants are not dependable. They can change with the wind of politics. So it's very important not to always just depend on them, to seek out all alternative sources. We were very fortunate to have started probably 25 or more years ago, an aquatic invasive species fund. that was critical for us when we discovered the milfoil because we had the money, we had the resources to get right on it, to buy 25 benthic blankets, to hire dash divers, to do all the things. So I highly recommend that. And that's as simple as we just have a little line item on our membership dues renewal. And it's voluntary and people contribute anywhere from $5 to $100 a year. And over time, that really adds up. So we were very fortunate to have that and I highly recommend that. We've been super lucky with town appropriations. Twice we've asked for help towards mitigation and twice we've gotten it. And I assume we're probably pretty similar to a lot of rural towns where no matter what the issue is, if something is going to increase taxes by $1, it is voted down. It doesn't matter what it is. So for us to have received that was a big deal, but there was a lot of work behind the scenes leading up to that. We did a lot of canvassing in the community. One thing in particular that we think was really effective was we had written a letter, and the letter described all the repercussions of having milfoil, but it talked about the implications for people individually, not just the recreational value they lose at the lake, but how it's going to hit them in the pocket if the lake goes south. So we had statistics that showed lake properties around the lake comprised less than 1% of the landmass in the town of Eden. Yet those properties were responsible for almost 30% of the income the town received from property taxes. So a huge disparity there. So therefore, if the quality of the lake plummeted, house values around the lake would plummet, which means the tax income would decrease, which means the tax base would have to be increased by increasing taxes for everybody across the town. So that spoke really strongly to a lot of people. And we know that was effective because we hear that those statistics echoed at different times throughout the town and at different meetings. So that was super helpful. We did a Zoom fundraiser. So right after we discovered milfoil in 22, that winter, we did a series of small group Zoom fundraisers. We dug deep into milfoil and all it means. We kept the groups purposely small, maybe to about 15 people, so that it could be a more intimate type of setting, encourage more discussion and dialogue. And then from the advice of somebody that has done a lot of fundraising before in our organization, she suggested we get right on it right away. So hit hard while the concern is high and go big or go home. The more you ask for, the more you get. And we asked for a lot. And I would say probably we had, if I recall, something like 67, 68% of our members contributed. And we are a smallish association. We run usually around high 70s, 80 tops for members. And we pretty easily raised $145,000 in a matter of a couple months. So we're very proud about that. Okay, moving on to last but not least, education and relationships. For us, these two things go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. We did all the things, the newsletters, the websites, maybe not as good as Jeremy did, but we did some of it. But the things that seemed to work best for us, we tried to reach out not just within our lake community, as Jeremy also mentioned, to other organizations. For us, that meant, for example, the Scout Camp on the lake. They comprise a huge piece of our property. They've never been involved. They've never been an association member. We reached out to them. They were very receptive to us coming in to do some training with their staff and their management staff and their instructors. And they then turned that over and incorporated that programming into programming for the Scouts, which was really wonderful. We even gained a VIP person from that. One of the Scout leaders' wives joined our team, and she's been one of our strongest members. I'm going to have to refer to my notes here to see. Let's see. Okay, so other organizations. So Greater Lake Community. Jeremy also mentioned, very important to have strong relationships with your town and your select board. We meet probably twice a year with our select board. We give them updates on everything we're doing, what we're doing well, what we're doing bad. We seek their input. We've been fortunate to have a really good collaborative working relationship with them. that's been in the works for many years. So again, these things take time, so you need to start now before you really need them, because it's not something you can just build overnight. In the same way, we present every year at our annual, at the town annual meeting, again, to update the town people and to seek their input and keep them abreast of everything we're doing to, continue that support, great support we've had from them. We've reached out further through some other programming this year. Perry Thomas, who I think many of you know, has been running a shoreline restoration grant for us. And as part of that, the last couple of years, she's reached out to the elementary school and has done some really great programming there. She's done puppet shows, and we've done poster contests where we award a prize to the winner of each grade. And, it's all about lake stewardship and how everything you do on your properties affects your water body. And that has been a really great experience. She did just actually a couple weeks ago, a really great family lake celebration program that we held at the town rec area. So for the greater community, and she had all types of wonderful hands-on activities that show again, what you're doing, pollution, et cetera, on your property, how it affects your lake, what it means to be a good steward of your lake, how to live in harmony with all the creatures and inhabitants, of the lake. We had ice cream trucks, we had a band, it was really great. We had people asking us, are you going to do this every year? So that was, again, a nice way to reach out to the community and get them to see what you're doing, for the lake and how important the associations are. I don't want to forget this. We did last year a public forum. So that was in preparation of leading up to applying for an herbicide permit, trying again to get the community aware and involved and seek input from them. We had a panel of speakers, Pat Swazi, Olin Reed from DEC, we had Michael Lou Smith from Arrowwood Environmental, and we had, I can't remember his name, but a representative from Solitude Lake Management who do the herbicide treatments as well as a variety of other lake treatments. That was a great program, well received. We had it filmed and it was put up on YouTube so that everybody that wasn't able to make it could see it. There was a really great and pretty extended question and answer period after that. DEC, of course, goes without saying. I mentioned earlier that Kim Jensen was the first person we contacted, and within days, I believe she was out to our lake. Her and Olin have been just incredibly supportive and great resources for us in guiding us through this whole process. And we are very fortunate to have them. I've never had somebody in some sort of state governmental agency that you can reach so easily. It's crazy. Let's see, other lakes. Multiple people have mentioned FOVLAP has been an incredible source. The group that Pat mentioned earlier that we're in has been like a therapy group to me. It's been incredible, and those relationships are so important. Christy Kano, I mentioned earlier, she continues to reach out to me and check in with me, and that has been indispensable. Slide. So I'm just going to leave you.
I just wanted to add, this was also from Jeremy's talk. Someone commented, so connect with your local watershed organization and RCD. With a suggestion.
Yes, for sure. I should, and when he did that, I'm like, damn it. But, so this quote just summarizes what we've kind of been through for the year. You can move on to the next one. And so that's pretty much all I have. I'll send out a little positive note. That's after we got one of our appropriations from the town, which we didn't think we would. That's it. Thank you. Maybe
any questions for Colleen? Good run.
Yes. How did you discover it, and do you think it had been there long before you actually?
A VIP discovered it, actually, technically the daughter of the VIP. And it was out, I would say a good, I don't know, what do you say, Vinny, like 200 feet from shore or more, in a low area. And yes, we were considered early detection by the, I guess, our plants didn't have any shoots off of it. So we were considered early growth based on the number of plants and their growth pattern. I think we missed it. It would probably have been there a year or two because we wrongly thought our littoral zone was the perimeter of the lake. So we weren't thinking that what it is really is 15 feet or less. And we are a lake that has an average depth of only 12 feet. So we have a lot of low spots out in the middle of the lake, and that's where this was. And so, word to the wise, know your littoral zone.
Other questions? Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
That was fabulous. Colleen Bloom, from Curtis Pond, and I think Colleen's gonna talk about the work you did with the dam.
Yes, another colleague. Yes, I don't have any slides, I don't have any charts, but now I sort of wish I did. But I had three other people that were supposed to come, supposed to come and expressed interest and support for this, and none of them showed, so I can get you in touch with any of them though. So Curtis Pond is about 10 miles north of Montpelier, Maple Corner, a little village in Calais, Vermont. Calais and Woodbury, I think, have the most water in the state. There are ponds and things, and maybe other people would rival that, but we have a lot of water. Our dam, we're a much younger association. Another person and I started it around 2016. We had a battle for years about water skiing, and that we won't get into that, but it divided the lake severely. That was before my time, but so we talked about the lily pads and the beavers and what are we gonna do? And, it's like, we don't have any of these problems with the dam. And the dam was from 1813, which we learned from required permitting, the historic, not historical, because it sounds too much like hysterical, but they can be hysterical. So went back to 1813, we started this in earnest in 1996. So next year, when we hope to have the last loan retired, it will be exactly 30 years.
Are you deciding on the roll?
Probably. So we finished it in 2024, but we did two quite generous wealthy families, gave us 200,000 to kick it over the finish line at the end, but I'll get into funding. So anyways, it took a lot of people. We started in real earnest in 2017 or 18. And we had about, we try to be careful not to name people or even number them because so many people helped the select board. And it was like a relay race, it just from the beginning. But there were 5 of us that were key and that probably met a couple hundred times with a lot of other help. But involving the select board was huge. To put it in perspective, as far as I said, a time perspective, money perspective, back in 96 to about 2006, when it first failed, it was going to be about 250K. And then when Irene came and got everybody's attention, it was going to be about 318 to 400. We came in, and then by around 2022, we thought it was going to be 820. We were really pretty sure of that. That was with engineer, that was with a lot of professional help. It came in at 1.2 million. So that was, the pandemic, quadrupled the price of concrete and all that stuff. And dam safety was huge in this project. Ben Green spent countless hours. In fact, I really have to do a shout out to him. He was at our dam at 11:30, the night of the big flood. And this is an interesting thing. I don't know how many people it would apply to, but he had never shared this with anybody before this. And I'd worked real closely with him. He came out at 11:30 and we were breaching, and the erosion was unbelievable. And within I get goosebumps, within 45 minutes to an hour, we had about 30 or 40 tarps and cinder blocks. And I wish I could show you the pictures. I could if you send me your email. But the water flowed over the dam. It did not try to go through like it naturally. Path of least resistance. And we would have these cinder blocks lined up with the holes. They all looked like fire hoses going through. And it was, Larry Hebert Construction, that we all watched in Montpelier for the last 2 summers, who we called immediately because we needed the dam fortified immediately, like everyone else in the state needed something immediately. But we already had a relationship with him, building relationships. But he came out and he said, that saved your dam. We wouldn't be here talking about this if Ben hadn't done that. And I was like, no, if he found that out at a conference a few years ago, couldn't he have like shared that? But he did it. He did share it that night and it saved the dam. So I don't know if that would ever apply to any of your things. Give me the hook. I know we're running out of time and I wanted and you can always do questions later. Liability and ownership was huge. Who owned the dam? Nobody owned the dam. Nobody admitted it. Probably 2 or 3 on paper could have been semi-proven. It didn't matter. And but it had hung us up every other time. You know, no one takes responsibility. No one owns the dam and the liability. It couldn't be insured, privately. Yeah. So if we had we'd had the Mellons and the Carnegies and the Vanderbilts on our side. It just, well, maybe they would have insured it, but, they probably own Lloyd's of London, but that, no matter how much money we could raise or fix or anything like that, no one would insure it. So it had to be through the, I forget the name of that state funded thing. But the town had to own it for that. Private people couldn't get insurance through this thing. The town had to own it. So we had to convince the town to take ownership. And so all the legal stuff, everything happened like the second, literally, the minute the dam safety signed off after it was a success story and we got it all done. That's when the town became the official owners. That's when the insurance started. And that's when the quit claims happened. So that all the people that had any claimed or unclaimed responsibility to that dam did not have any more liability to that dam or ownership. So in my opinion, it was a brilliant legal mind who happens to live on the pond, who had done these big deals in the past, said, this is simple. This is not a big deal. Where to us, year after year, it had just been overwhelming. How do we ever get it out of this quagmire? No one owns it, blah, blah, blah. So it took that person from outside looking in saying, much bigger deals happen. So it's, getting the right people and getting them interested in the right ways. Funding, it had a lot to do with the last Pauline's, about we convinced the town, you can't afford to let Curtis Pond Dam break because you're gonna lose $500,000 a year. And we had it down to really simple math that any third grader could understand. So our properties go down this much. If my personal little camp went from 6,000 to 3,000, that's 3,000 times 20 years. And it was just simple arithmetic. But that landowner or that homeowner over in East Calais that had no interest in Curtis Pond and had no desire to contribute in any way to our money, their taxes would have raised $20 or $40. And everyone seemed to be able to understand that. So that was a one person that put all those trucks together that was really, really good. And then we asked the select board and they agreed to do a bond vote. And our bond vote, our bond was 450,000, which is only a third of it, but it was voted in by 2/3. So we really got a lot of community involvement. Grants, completely worthless. I mean, we tried. We had 2 professional grant writers, not terribly expensive, but we did that route, and the pipelines on the federal are 3 to 5 years. And we tried to go through, but this community can't exist without it. The Maple Quarter store is gone, Maple Quarter Community Center, it just doesn't exist without the dam. But that didn't get anyone, even though Bernie talks an awful lot about, supporting small communities, we tried Bernie, we tried Lady, we tried it all. So that didn't go anywhere. A lot of private, and then like I said, 2 private families gave us 200, which we have 100 left. So we hope to have that done by next year. So 1996 to 2026 is, we think, will be 30 years. permitting was like, what, 10 different permits that took forever and ended up being far more expensive than we ever would have, imagined. But if anyone has any detailed questions about, how we did what, when, and all that, we are very, very proud of it. It was a huge, huge community effort, and, I loved the last Colleen's last line, it's done when it's done, and we have to pinch ourselves every day when we drive by. So, thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Questions, or you want to do that later? Anyone can get in touch.
I just had one question, Joelle. I think I heard this was the first new dam that's been built in Vermont, and do you know how many years? Not repair of existing dams, but total new dam.
I think that's more semantics. It's not like we maintain the historical, it is a new dam. It's a cement wall in front of the old dam, about 10 feet. And that's why I was like, how expensive can a little cement wall be? But so it was new, but made to look old. I think, I can't say that. Fairleigh did that because Larry Hebert did do that. And now it quickly, after the flood, the requirements for dams went way up. So we were grandfathered, we had the permit before the flood. Or like Ben Green said, we would not have done.
Which flood are you referring to?
The one in 22?
Yeah.
23. Well,
23 is the unnamed storm.
Was
Unnamed storm.
the unnamed storm, and then there was the next year had on the exact same day, yeah, okay. So 23, yeah.
Just clarification, the original dam was a stacked stone dam, correct?
Mhm.
That's what I remember.
Yes. In fact, part of SHPO, which was under Army Corps of Engineers, SHPO, State Historic. Yeah, we found that out later. It cost us about, I don't know, 15 to 20,000 more. The most interesting stuff came out of there. I mean, everything's digitalized now. It wasn't even like that, 10 years ago? And so we hired a firm through UVM to do all, and they ended up making about 100-page pamphlet on the history of Curtis Pond, and like, there's stuff in there that nobody in town, I mean, the history people, you know what I mean, Forever Callous, all these different books that have been made. It was so that was like a pain in our side, that we had to do, that ended up being the most fascinating. So that was fun. But yeah, it was, and they mapped that out really nicely.
Colleen, can you speak a little to the beautiful aesthetic that you put back into this brand new dam?
Yeah, we did, we really, when you drive by now, the spillway used to be 5 feet wide. And we were mandated to do 10 feet wide, and we were sure that would, and it's concrete, but we chose to, and they made us put all the stones back. So we mapped it, mapped it really, really well. And so the waterway, the spillway is concrete, but the walls are the old rocks, the old whatever. And then as you look at the front, yes, it's wider, but the biggest difference is it really does look like, it always has, except it's not leaning like this anymore. It's like this. And it's for show, it's aesthetics. I'm glad you brought that up because, you don't see that cement wall that is really doing it. And of course, we have a low water outlet. The original, or one of them, had a low water outlet that had, emergency outlet that had, filled in 100 years ago. And now we have one that has to be able to open and close, and it's closed. We haven't had water over the dam in probably, you guys know it, 6 weeks or the dropper in. No water over the dam, but no, we're pretty thrilled with it. Come see it.
Great, thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
The Next on the agenda is David Roth. Is he on he's online? You online? David, are you online?
I'm right here if you can see me and hear me. Absolutely.
Hi, David. So David Roth is from Lake Fairley and you are on. Can you
Perfect.
tell
Well,
me? Can you show
I'm
me?
in fact on Lake Fairley right now. It is 45 feet in back of where I'm sitting. So we can, I will try to manifest much of the environment here in this conversation. And primarily what I wanted to do throughout my conversation with you is not be duplicative of all that was just discussed, because so many of the activities that the Lake Fairley Association do and what we have done obviously has been covered so beautifully, certainly by Lake St. Catherine's presentation. So much of, as you were speaking, I was thinking, well, that's wonderful. That's exactly what we try to do as well. So what I thought I would do is certainly answer any questions at the end of my conversation, but focus very specifically on what we have done, focusing on the health of the lake. Our board is a remarkable group of people. I noticed a few of them are on Zoom as well. Like so many of the people that have just talked, everything we do is volunteer based. We get together more often than I think most people would ever imagine, and our agendas primarily have been and try to always be focused on what it is that we can do, what it is we are doing, what it is we need to do to ensure the health of that beautiful body of water that is in back of us. So what I thought I'd do is again focus on just a few specifics that would not be duplicative of what had already been shared with you by the other speakers before me. Our website is, I think, a real point of pride for the LFA and for all the board members in the LFA. I think our the gentleman, our webmaster, is actually on the Zoom here, Tom Ward, who spends a tremendous amount of time making sure that the website is not only up to date, but is really a point of both pride and information for members of the community. If you want to go look at the Lake Fairley Association website, I'm personally most proud of, and again, on a personal level, of all of the documentation under our lake health tab. We have very detailed documentation about the Water Quality Action Committee, our greeters, our milfoil control program. We worked with a number of residents a few years to create a beautiful brochure, which was passed out to every resident, not only on the lake, but surrounding the lake, called At Home by the Water, caring for Lake Fairley and its watershed. It's on the website. It's been digitized, so you can certainly take a look at it. Of course, we could get you hard copies as well, but the goal of our website is not to be just a pull. We don't want people to just simply go there when someone asks them to go there. We want them on a generalized basis to say, hey, why don't you check out the LFA website? Why don't you look at what's happening to find out what's going on the lake when our loons, as so many of you have talked about. We have a loon cam, which right now had a slight technical difficulty. A boat ran over the connecting cable. So, that'll be back up relatively soon. But the loon cam is on the website. A lot of our other both informational, recreational materials are on the website. And our real focus, again, has been on transparency relative to the Lake Fairley Association, everything we're doing, transparency relative to governance, transparency relative to our actions, but again, a real compilation clearinghouse of information about how to take care of this beautiful lake. From a fundraising perspective, we're very fortunate. The majority of our money actually comes from members of our association. We certainly get a lot of grant support, and we're very grateful for that. We are surrounded by 3 towns, Fairleigh and West Fairleigh and Thetford. Each of those towns, of course, contributes to and has for a very long time contributed to the association, but we run a very robust individual fundraising program. And again, that is all managed via volunteer efforts from people on our board. Our greeter program, like with so many of the other greeter programs, is a real, also a point of pride for the LFA. But again, specifically because we spend so much time and effort not only training our greeters, but helping them have the language to train people who are coming to the lake. Lake Fairley, as many of you know, as we all are, we all have unique lakes. Lake Fairley is surrounded by 5 camps that have been on Lake Fairley for generations. We have 3 Aloha camps, the Billings camp, as well as Lockern. And those camps bring hundreds of kids on a rotating basis to the lake all summer long. So with them come oftentimes family members, and they come and they bring their boats from different states and different parts of the country and come to Lake Fairley. And so there's a unique challenge in making sure that throughout the summer, our greeters really are able to, again, not only work to greet people as they come to Lake Fairley, but ensure that they are very well apprised of what the invasive risks are. And we see that as a real important part of our job, is to educate in every opportunity that we have as we are working with people who are coming to enjoy Lake Fairley. This year, we, not only with the greeters, but a number of people on our board had these created. In fact, one of our board members literally hand created buoys that say milfoil. Big, huge, some of them yellow buoys that say milfoil areas, put them out on the water to identify those areas that not necessarily have milfoil, because we've been, fortunately, I'm knocking on wood right here, very effective in dealing with milfoil, but are susceptible to milfoil. And by keeping boats in, not only away from those areas, but slower in those areas, our goal is to try to make sure that we do not have problems moving forward. I bring that up because I have had a number of people who are coming by on their pontoon or their boat or their kayak that see me out there and have said how not only interesting that was, but how helpful that was for them to really understand the impact they could have on a lake community. And that's a lot of, again, the goal of the LFA, our website, the greeters, and the work that all of the volunteers have done. One of the things that I really wanted to focus on, and I haven't heard in the other presentations, is our work with Responsible Wakes for Vermont Lakes. And a number of people on our board worked very diligently with our WVL for relative to the last rulemaking session and the current petition process that would have a very, we believe, beneficial effect on the health of the lake by preventing wake sports on Lake Fairley. This was a multi-year process, a multi-constituent process that involved community meetings, board meetings, Zooms, a tremendous amount of work to ensure that a lot, as many as possible, voices were heard relative to this issue. We were truly amazed at the support we received, not only from the community, but from all 5 of the camps, from all 3 of the select boards, from our members in the Senate, certainly everyone in Montpelier, who was so supportive of the work we were doing to ensure that Lake Fairley remained a pristine lake that could accommodate and take care of generations of us who live around the lake, but also generations of these young people who are coming to Lake Fairley to go to all these camps. I mean, let's be honest, other than the recreational aspect of Lake Fairley, these camps generate tremendous amount of resources, financial resources for the camps, for the state, for our communities, for the surrounding area. If Lake Fairley has a problem with its health, that is not only a problem for us and for Lake Fairley, that is a tremendous problem for these camps. And so we have, and they have, a truly vested interest in making sure that we are all working together to that extent, that we are all paddling together in the same direction to ensure our lake quality. Now, I've heard a few people talk previously about Lakewise, and we're very proud of the work we have done to engage people in the Lakewise project. I believe, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm sure that'll be corrected, but I think we're only 1 or 2 properties away from the Gold Award. And that is just simply a function of people learning about it. I don't think, in fact, the people that I've spoke with about Lakewise, when they learn about it, when they learn what they need to do, they become part of the program. So the 1 or 2 that we need to achieve that Gold Award truly is more of an education process rather than an advocacy process. And hopefully in a short period of time, we will have a Gold Award. In fact, our goal really is to ensure that every property around this lake not only is part of Lakewise, but understands their own personal role in taking care of the health of the lake. And I think, again, that is I've been president of the LFA for a number of years, but that role is in some ways meaningless. All of us on the board and all of the members of this community via many of the things that were talked about, postcards and newsletters, our annual meeting, we try to ensure that everyone has information, a lot of scientific information, a lot of, in some ways, historical information, such that all of the work we are doing becomes the work of this entire committee and this entire community. And we have seen that be very much the case over the past few years. Our goal for this coming year is to ensure that we maintain the complete, what we hope at this point is a real eradication of the milfoil problem. We've had a lot of success. Every once in a while, I loved that picture of the scream in 2 presentations ago. Every once in a while, someone thinks and comes to the board, comes to the community and says, we just heard of a potential other invasive species. I think the one that was brought up was the Asian mystery snail, which we ended up realizing was just part of a report that was decades ago that more had to relate to Lake Maury. But information is important. Obviously, sunlight is the most important thing in the world. And to the extent that we are helping people understand what's possible, the good, the bad, and what they can do to prevent the bad and promote the good, that's what I think the LFA is all about. And I think that's why we have a lake that draws people from all over the world. So hopefully that's a bit of a different, an additional take on what has been talked about thus far. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about Lake Fairley or any of the work that we do.
Great. Thank you, David.
Of
Thank
course.
you. Question? Do you have any questions, comments? Oh, there we go, Jack.
So David, thank you, and thank you to all the other speakers. This has been an inspiring session. I think that one of the points that came across to me in hearing you and the others speak, and then hearing the context that we're doing this today in terms of FOVLAP, what happens on the individual basis at individual lakes, it's also very important to FOVLAP, and FOVLAP has done great work, I think, in helping people communicate this. Some of the things that you've talked about today maybe historically had their origins in FOVLAP. As an example, I was a FOVLAP board member for a number of years, and I was on the legislative committee, and there were people like Christine Kano who brought to my attention one of the topics that you talked about, wake sports, and really inspired and got us thinking about this. So my point is, I think it's the interaction and what we're seeing in this afternoon of individual lakes that are doing wonderful things, and the ways that FOVLAP, I believe, have helped you and that you've helped FOVLAP. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Any other comments? All right. Well, thank you. And thank you for, all 4 of you for talking about your lakes. And now our last speaker is someone many of you know, but is Mark Mitchell. And he's the lead for Vermont Lake Monitoring Program, a program that has been in existence and active for 45 years. And this is the 45th anniversary. So, thank you.
Thanks for having me here. I think it was a good timing.
If you joined the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, it's fine.
Are you able to share?
Should be once I join on, like, there's just like.
Do you need the link?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
Email.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so, yeah, really good timing, I think, to have me on to talk about lake monitoring program, kind of the history, and a look ahead, which has been making a lot of changes over the last few years, protocols and everything else, and then we'll just kind of finish with some recognition of the lay monitors that have been so dedicated to the program. So yeah, I'm Mark Mitchell. I actually originally started as the lay monitoring program coordinator back in 2016. Before that, I was actually the summer assistant from 2009. So I've been involved with the program for a while. I've left and come back a couple times, most recently 2021 after the pandemic, which was also kind of a big period of change. And now we have Shannon Hickey over here, who's the summer assistant. So she's been helping me out. It's been a really important part of the program to actually have a temporary employee during the summer field season for all the logistics. As I'm sure many of you know, volunteer can get quite complicated. So that's been a really big help. So now my position is actually, technically I'm a UVM employee under Lake Champlain Sea Grant, which is funded under NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which is a little bit of a tricky situation now, which I'll get into in a little bit. So it's actually a partnership with the Vermont DEC Lakes and Ponds program that was actually started by Oliver Pearson after during the pandemic, so 2020, when funding got cut, because I had left to go to New Zealand, took a similar job out there. right before, the shutdown happened, and they were able to hire a replacement for me, basically. So I'll get more into that, some of the slides too, but yeah, so it's a partnership at the moment. And I did kind of forget, so I put the plus in here because the program started in 1979, so I think this could be what, the 46th year or something like that, so depending on how you look at it, it's at least 45 years. So I'm going to start with the kind of do like one slide about the history and another slide about where we're going, the changes have been, and the look ahead. Kind of talk about different topics about the lake monitoring program, so LMP. So the goals since 1979 through really 2013 have been the same. There we go. So one of the main goals was back in 1979 too, we didn't have much water quality data on our lakes, especially in the summertime. So it was really to establish baseline water quality conditions in Vermont lakes, kind of around the state during that summer recreation season when most of the camp residents are there for the summer. And the idea was to do this kind of like set it up as a long-term monitoring program, which it has been one of our longest monitoring programs that we have. And especially when you compare to other states around the country, starting in 1979, it's quite a great long-term program using volunteer data. So really tracking long-term nutrient trends over time in Vermont lakes, and then assessing that monitoring data for compliance with our Vermont water quality standards. And those have been updated over time, so we try to adjust the program to meet those standards. And really the water quality standards that we have now were actually developed using the lake monitoring program data too, which is really important. So here's a map or kind of a figure from a recent data visualization tool that was developed, looking at trends around the state from our Vermont lake monitoring lakes, with the red being significantly increasing trends, showing phosphorus, yellow, also increasing but not as significant statistically, and then blue would be decreasing, gray would be stable. So it really gives us a great picture of what's going on around the state with our lakes and then individual lakes, what they're actually dealing with. Then finally is to educate lakeshore homeowners and lake users about lake ecology and stewardship, which I think we're all familiar with now. It's been a great partnership with DEC, doing this kind of volunteer monitoring and having the conversations about, what we see in our lakes, what we can do about it, and all the programs that we have now. So looking ahead for our goals, starting in 2014 to this year and beyond, it's still the same basic goals of getting that baseline data. So especially where we don't have much data on certain lakes, we want to try to bring in some more monitoring there. At this point, we're probably kind of at capacity, but really just trying to get as much data as possible with the logistics that we can work with. And still tracking long-term nutrient trends and assessing the data for compliance with Vermont water quality standards. But now we actually have nutrient criteria, numeric nutrient criteria, which is based for aesthetics use, and that's since 2014 in our Vermont water quality standards. That was like the last big update. And that again was using the data from the lake monitoring program for many years, and kind of coming up with what acceptable thresholds for phosphorus mainly, and then also chlorophyll and SECI, which I'll get into, to what's acceptable basically to maintain those uses, and aesthetics use being this particular one. So this is what the water quality standards looks like. So if you actually go into the document, it's table 3. This is like probably the most important table, at least for my program, when I'm assessing the data. So it has the actual thresholds for different classes of lakes. And that's a whole nother topic. Right now, basically all the lakes in the state are class B2, other than some high elevation lakes or ponds about 2,500 feet, which is not necessarily appropriate to make them automatically class A1, but the idea is that the data that we're collecting now, what's in our water quality standards, we could reclassify certain lakes that have these, much lower concentrations of phosphorus, the main thing to reclassify them, but that still has to work its way through the legislature. It's something that I really want to help support. We have some new lawyers as well with the division, so I'm going to be talking with them. And with people with kind of transitioning, it's another opportunity to get someone new in to kind of reinvigorate that process. So, yeah, so this table is really important. It needs to be updated eventually as well, especially with the new protocols I'm gonna go over in a minute. But that's kind of an ongoing process. Every 3 years, we do sort of a review, but we kind of work through that process every year, basically. So yeah, the other thing now we're using the data for is to inform lake management actions. So especially lake watershed action plans. So when you do one of these watershed action plans, you're trying to gather all the data together, usually through contractors. So it's providing all that monitoring data, and really trying to understand, you know, what's going on in the lake, whether it's increasing trends or hotspots or, you know, internal processes, that kind of stuff, which would also then lead to things like alum treatments, which you probably heard about, you know, from Lake Carmi coming up and Lake Maury last year. Those are actually only the third and fourth treatments that we've done. The first one was Lake Maury in 1986, then Tickle Naked Pond in 2014. But all those lakes have used the lake monitoring program data, basically, first to assess the lake as being impaired for phosphorus that's leading to the cyanobacteria blooms, and then also to understand what the lake processes are and how to do these alum treatments successfully, and then monitor it afterwards for that restoration success. And then still, we want to continue to educate lake shore homeowners and lake users about lake ecology and stewardship, and a lot of that is, you know, as science progresses, we're learning more. I'm learning more. You know, I talk a lot more about internal loading now, and so it's an ongoing conversation that needs to continue from generation to generation. So now I'll talk about the lakes that we monitor and the funding behind that. And so until 2019, which again was right before the pandemic when I left, we had monitored, or volunteers monitored, over 100 inland lakes. Those are lakes that aren't Lake Champlain, and at least 40 Lake Champlain stations. And those are mostly from the early days, sort of 80s, 90s. There was a lot of Lake Champlain monitors, and less so. Here's a figure from that actually showing from 1979 through 2014. The annual participation, the darker blue, you can see it being inland lakes, and the lighter blue being Lake Champlain stations. So there was quite a few, I think upwards of almost 30 Lake Champlain stations being monitored in any one year. Inland lakes were closer to 50 to 60. And that sort of changed to focus more on inland lakes, and a little bit less on Lake Champlain stations, because we do have our staff monitoring Lake Champlain as well as New York DC staff. And yeah, we've increased the inland lakes numbers. So some of the volunteers have started from the beginning, 1979, went for 30 years plus. We've recognized those with the typically the commissioner over the years when they hit that mark. It's been pretty impressive, some of the, you know, long-term dedication, as well as transitioning to new monitors. So traditionally the support and funding has come from Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Environmental Conservation. So fully funding my position as well as the temporary summer position, and then all the lab costs for the lab tests, all the equipment, all that kind of stuff has been fully supported by the DEC. But in 2020, there was no funding available for the LMP coordinator because of what I just said. In a way, I kind of screwed the program, but it opened up a spot for me to come back. So. But that was when Oliver was there, so they tried to just maintain like program down to whatever they could manage at the time, which was about 27 lakes that did water sampling at the time. It was a pretty huge cut compared to what it is now. But they kept it alive, and then Oliver reached out to the UVM and Lake Champlain Sea Grant, Chris Stepanuck, who's my supervisor over there, and she's been really great. And it was just a great partnership because they do a lot of similar work with outreach and education as well as research. So it kind of made sense to help fund my position, bring me back, and then bring the program back up to full speed, full capacity, which has been great. So from that point on, 2021, since I returned to now, we're now up to 85 inland lakes and 6 Lake Champlain stations as of this year being monitored. And most of those are all doing water sampling now, which is great. Those are just clarity, Psyche sampling. And so this is a map from, I think it's actually 2024, but similar amount of lakes. So really well spread throughout the state. I think we have a lot of great coverage at this point. So we're still having support funding from DC, but not necessarily as much. So with me coming back, moved to Sea Grant, as I mentioned before, under University of Vermont, split funding. So it's 50-50 funding right now. Although the DC still pays for all the lab tests, lab costs, which have actually doubled in the last year, but we did get approval for that. So I just wanted to highlight this situation right now, since it is NOAA. Again, up until 2019, it was full, this program, my position was fully supported under DC, and now it's been cut in half basically. And the UVM funding side, again, is all through NOAA Sea Grant. And so that's based on that funding continuing, which right now is being discussed at the federal level. So it's actually Sea Grant, National Sea Grant's being cut fully on the president's budget. But there's congressional support to try to have some kind of continuing resolution, but we don't really know what's going to happen, and it's going to find out more about it in the next couple of weeks. But it's something that I want to prepare myself for. We do have, talking with our Sea Grant people, at UVM, we have enough funding to last us until the spring at least, but who knows after that. So we might have to start thinking about contingency plans. Getting into the samplings, it's the more fun part and kind of changes that have been implemented since 2022. So before that, 1979, 2022, the sampling has basically been weekly from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And we always ask for a minimum of 8 samples to calculate that average summer mean. But there was a lot of flexibility there with like how often people would monitor. So some people would monitor every 5 days, or some people would barely be able to get the 8 samples in. So there's a lot of variation between lake from year to year, from monitor to monitor. And then so the basic sampling, which a lot of lakes started out doing, which is the Secchi disc transparency clarity. And again, I probably didn't explain it before, it was on the opening slide picture, and it's this disc here that you lower into the water to measure clarity, basically when it disappears, for those who aren't familiar with it. And then the supplemental sampling, we actually use a hose, garden hose at twice the Secchi depth, which was supposed to represent this euphotic zone or photic zone where algae could grow. But that's a huge estimate, and if you look into the literature, there's no set predictor of how deep algae is going to be growing based on doing a Secchi disc depth. And sometimes that lines up, sometimes it doesn't. Cyanobacteria, there's a lot of species that can control their buoyancy and move up and down the water column and actually go all the way down to the sediment. So it's not necessarily representing what we would hope it represents. Plus, you're combining all the water column together into one sort of data point, which is not really how most lakes work in the summer. They're deep enough, they thermally stratify. There's different layers of lake. And using this kind of hose can be quite wieldy. I mean, if you have a Secchi depth of 10 meters, you're going to have a 20-meter hose going down. And then you have to try to, seal off the hose to capture all that water. So you're creating suction, and then somehow you have to make sure you get all the water out without getting air or water trapped in it. And as many people know, that was quite a challenge at times for us staff. So we were collecting the water samples for phosphorus. That's been kind of the main thing. We're looking at total phosphorus as the main nutrient that's driving growth of algae, cyanobacteria, and plants as well. And that's what's in our water quality standards that we're trying to manage on the landscape or within the lake. And then chlorphoa, which is kind of that response from the phosphorus. The thing that we're most concerned about really is cyanobacteria blooms, but algae in general. Chlorphoa is the pigment in that algae and cyanobacteria that we're measuring the concentration of. So it tends to relate to phosphorus pretty well, but again, it depends on where you're sampling in the water column. And then they would complete, it was all paper forms back in the early days, early through, I guess, probably in 2010s. And that was for the Secchi depth observation, but also just a user perception survey, which again was actually what was used in the development of the water quality standards to associate the phosphorus data, the chlorophyll data, the Secchi data with user observations. But every lake's a bit different. I think people's perspective on every lake is going to be different. A lot of the data came from Lake Champlain in the beginning that actually developed those standards, which maybe made more sense because there was a lot more volunteers on that lake. But again, that's something we're gonna constantly update as we get more data, more information. Yeah, so the reporting that would come out from that was paper reports in the beginning. Remember, this is from the hose data. This is like a common scene. Trying to do sampling, just a bunch of twisted hose. And the report was fairly simple originally, and then we put it online. But it was still kind of just what the paper report showed, which was a summary of the data from that year, the left-hand side here. Basically just plotting the points of data in the number of days that samples were collected, so 8 or so, and then calculating the minimum, mean, and maximum of that data, and then plotting it down here. And kind of the same on the right was the annual data listed in the table over time. Some sort of estimate of trophic state. So, trophic state being how productive the lake is, kind of the aging of the lake. So oligotrophic being low nutrient, low chlorophyll, high clarity, mesotrophic kind of in between, and then eutrophic being much more productive. So a lot more nutrients and algae, and less clarity. And we're just kind of showing the data over time and not really doing any analyses, just sort of connecting the dots. So that was kind of the original report. And then, so when making big changes, because I noticed what I mentioned before in the data, behind that kind of water column, it's sort of an estimate of where algae is growing. So I really wanted to try to change things around to have a better way to assess our lakes. And I guess I think I wrote that in here. But the first thing too is also to standardize the sampling, so everybody's doing the same thing, the same amount of time, so we can actually have better data comparison and analysis. So we switched it to bi-weekly, trying to make it more feasible for everybody too, which is every other week, which is a pretty typical sampling protocol frequency. So you get really good data to calculate an average for the summer in this case. So it's really just 2 samples per month, June through August. So only requiring 6 samples total. So now basic sampling with the Secchi disc. We're also using a view tube or a view scope. And that's right here. I think this might be Stu. Yeah, there you go. And this has really helped. I mean, it just makes the reading a lot more accurate, a lot more consistent. So you don't have to worry about the weather conditions and weight conditions like here. The glare as well from the sun can really make a big difference, as people have noticed. I mean, sometimes over a meter or more difference. So that's a big help. And then the supplemental sampling is now getting rid of the hose, and everybody's just collecting a surface bottle grab sample, which is kind of the easiest way to really get a surface sample. You're just dipping your arm in with the bottle, filling up the water, because not everybody has, or we haven't been able to provide everybody with kind of more expensive sampling equipment, but that's changing now. So each year we're getting more deep water samplers, which were called, in this case, it's a Van Doren style sampler, which is a horizontal sampler, which is this right here. And this is a specific design that I found that was way more affordable than some of the stuff like our staff uses. And there's also Kemmer samplers, which are just a vertical style, kind of the same thing. It's basically a tube with 2 end caps that drop down to a certain depth. So in this case, we can get a deep sample in the hypolimnion or hypolimnetic sample, which is the bottom layer that's kind of separated from the epilimnetic or upper layer of the water during the summer, you have thermal stratification. So you drop this down until the depth that you want. You drop down a weighted messenger down the line, and it actually clicks a trigger that closes those end caps. So you're just getting that one discrete depth of water, which is great for my work trying to actually assess that data, what it means. So yeah, no more hoses, and again that way I can separate the assessment for what's happening in the surface waters, which is usually what we're seeing, lines up a lot better with like the Secchi depth. That's kind of aesthetics use versus what's happening deep down in the water, where you can get phosphorus coming from the sediment, especially if there's no oxygen down there, which you do have quite a few lakes that have that condition, which some of that's natural, some of that's from kind of legacy phosphorus coming in from the watershed that now is creating a lot of oxygen demand from decomposition. And so we want to be able to understand that what's going on in the lake as well. And that can lead to things like alum treatments or just, understanding what's coming in from the watershed versus what's in the lake. So, looking at total phosphorus and then chlorophyll as well. And now I've added caffeine to the sampling, which we had mentioned earlier today. And that was done, this is the third year of it, but the first year I just kind of brought the idea to the lab because I saw that there were these agricultural samples coming in, which is like a whole suite of different samples, including pesticides, and they had caffeine as part of that testing, a sort of a tracer from human wastewater coming from farmsteads, try to separate that out from some of the other sources. And so I asked if we could, just pull out the caffeine and do that sampling separately because, I had seen some papers before and some research done, but really the only source of caffeine in our waters here is going to be from us, right? So it's human wastewater, which kind of gets to the point of septic systems. So most of our lakes only have septic systems around them. There's a few reservoirs that have wastewater treatment facilities. But could we use that as an actual indicator of septic leachate or wastewater getting into our lakes, when it should be, ideally a well-functioning septic system should be removing just about everything by the time it gets through the groundwater into the lake. So we started doing that testing, but at first the lab was only able to make it affordable as well. It's actually now the cheapest test, to get the detection limit lower. It was only set at 0.5 micrograms per liter that first year, and we didn't get that many results back. They actually did have a lot more detections, but they weren't able to report that. So it's kind of a reporting limit issue. So I had asked if there's any way to lower that detection reporting limit, and they went back and they were able to actually lower it down to 0.1. And now these last 2 years, we've been getting a lot more results above detection. So I think like about 60 so last year, close to 70 last year, and now I was looking at the data last, like 80 some results across about 30 lakes or so. So it's about a third of our lakes that were showing detection. Some just one, but about half of those, maybe 15, we had multiple detections that were reported. So the idea is to use that as an outreach tool at the moment, because we don't have any real regulations for septic systems, only if you build a new house or expand your existing house. So to kind of bring this data to towns, lake associations, NRCDs, which is over here. Orleans, they're actually starting a pilot program where they reached out to me to ask for data where lakes in the Northeast Kingdom were kind of like ones that had the most detections, to focus some grant money towards getting homeowners to do some pumping and have inspections done, which I think is a great, idea to kind of use that data, and hopefully we can kind of continue those types of projects, or have like wastewater, workshops and that kind of stuff on lakes that we're seeing more detections there. So now the form that people are completing is now goes online. It's a web form now. It's a survey 123 form, which is probably the most common kind of like monitoring online form that's used because it's connected to GIS, ArcGIS specifically. And within that form, you can actually report cyanobacteria observations that'll move directly to the Department of Health and the Lake Champlain Committee and onto the Cyno tracker. I've used it, Silver Lake, actually enough sampling there. So now look ahead, reporting. So I've updated the reports, kind of do it every year. This is what monitoring report now, it's online. Looks kind of similar to first, but there's just a lot more in there. So the first thing to notice, and this is probably too small, but I'll just kind of talk about it and you can check it out if you want on our website. So it's just incorporating all the new parameters, so that epilimimetic surface sample as well as the hypolimimetic deep samples, separating out those parameters. We have caffeine in there now. I've also added a column for samples below detection, because most of the caffeine samples result in below detection, but they get reported out as whatever the detection limit is, so 0.1. So in order to avoid confusion there, I wanted to add this column in there to kind of show, okay, this is how many samples are actually below detection. You can see that in the minimum it'll show. And that happens with chlorophyll sometimes too, or even phosphorus. And these really low nutrient lakes, you'll actually have below detection that will show 5 micrograms per liter of phosphorus or 0.5 for chlorophyll. So for that clarifies things. And I also just recently added this column for when myself or staff come out to do sampling visits or trainings, and we collect additional samples, and part of that's duplicates, but we also collect additional parameters. So this now shows the duplicate results for when my visit, when I come out to do a visit, the temporary employee does. as well as I put chloride in there now too, because that is becoming, a big topic in the state. We're seeing increases in a lot of places, lakes as well as streams, and something that I collect when I'm out there sampling. And then this is the second page, which is looking at the annual data again. So what I did was I separated out the previous data. So through 2022, you saw that old table there. There's also, if you look at the bottom, I put the water quality standards in there as well, so you can kind of measure it against a V2, where your lake's at. Although we do look at previous 10 years of data, so it's not a year. It's not like every year you say the lake's impaired or it isn't. And now the new data as a separate table, the new protocols broken out by the different parameters. There's even metalimnetic in there, which is that kind of middle layer of the lake. So there's a few lakes that are sampling that layer. Something I might do more in the future, because a lot of times cyanobacteria can hang out in that layer, concentrate in that layer. And then the new graphs are going to just be using the data from 2022 on. So after 5 years, we'll be able to calculate a new trend, doing trend analyses to see if we're seeing increasing trends different from the trends previously, but we really can't compare directly to the previous data using the hose data. For shallow lakes, I'm already just doing surface sampling, and of course that just continues. But again, now we can show kind of what's happening on the surface versus the deeper water near the sediment. And then another thing I've updated, and this is in the old reports, the paper reports, they did have this kind of comparison graphs where your lake compared to the other lakes in the lake monitoring program. So this is online now, and kind of just updated it, upgraded it, added the other parameters so you can compare. Now for your surface data, I couldn't fit it all in here, but there's also like the hyperlimnetic averages, so you can see which lakes have the most internal loading, for instance, of phosphorus, or highest concentrations. So it has all the historical data there, and it shows both protocols kind of separated out by parameter. You have caffeine in there too, so if you want to see, what lakes have had caffeine results or what's the highest ones, you can do those comparisons. Chloride as well, I think I've added, so. Ongoing process. So the lake scorecard too, I wanted to mention as well. That was kind of one of the other big changes that actually came from Amy Peacock, who's one of my predecessors. A way to display the data that we're collecting, but to actually analyze it and trend analyses, but also to try to have some sort of status, condition status, I guess, that we wanted to report on. So originally it was in 2010, kind of looked like this, using like a Secchi disc, 4 quadrants of water quality, shoreland, invasive species, and atmospheric pollution, which is really kind of mercury data in our fish species. It's not really data as much as it is sort of warnings. But the water quality piece really mostly comes from the lake monitoring. You have this kind of scoring system of blue for good, yellow for fair, red for poor, and then a checklist of actions, what you could do as far as lake-wise, lake associations, lake monitoring, that kind of stuff. So 2017, it's updated again. This is kind of like what we were using for a little while, and this shows the trend analyses of the actual water quality quadrant. So the upper left graph is spring monitoring, which is what Kelly Merrill does, but it's a bit sporadic, not necessarily every year. Most lakes are not every year, and it's kind of just a one-time sample after the ice out. So really the stronger evidence is kind of what's happening in the summertime. If we have that data, there's the other 3 graphs. So upper right's summer photophosphorus, this is lake monitoring. And then the bottom 2 are Secchi, depth, and chlorophyll, again from lake monitoring. And now the latest lake scorecard looks like this, and kind of different tabs that you click on. It's a little bit more interactive. So here's the water quality data again, showing the annual means with the trend analyses here. This is Harvey's Lake, if you're interested. So, no trends unless you see a blue or a red. Blue here means it's actually improving. So the chlorophyll is kind of going down. We do have the background colors reflecting this trophic state, although that's kind of always debatable where you make those thresholds. I tend to think for phosphorus 10 to 20 is kind of that metalimnetic. Anything above 20 in our state, it's a little bit more eutrophic. But you can also click on daily means here and see all the data points, which gives you a really nice idea to show the variation, especially from this old data. So again, this is actually just with the hose data through 2022. And you can see a lot of variation there, which sometimes makes me question how reliable that some of that hose data was. But it shows you too that, you know, if you have like a flood event or something like that, you can capture that if you're looking at all the data instead of just the averages. So the issue now is that it hasn't been updated with the new protocols, and that's partially because Leslie Matthews, who created this, retired after 2022, 2023. So no one's been there to update it. Ryan Walquist has been hired as our monitoring section supervisor, is kind of learning from Leslie. Leslie's come back on part-time, as most of the retired people do. So I think she's working on this, but there's a couple other data platforms that she's been working on. And it can be a little bit confusing to understand that we have like several different tools to use to report on data. You know, there's this lay monitoring report, which is kind of my baby. I'm just trying to improve, so at least I know where all that data is. There's a lake scorecard, which is great, but it does need to be updated every year. It doesn't include that much data. Like, it's a bit limited to just phosphorus in the spring and summer chlorophyll and SECI. And then there's this sort of next generation lake assessment, but that's a whole separate program. That's just a one-off sampling in the summer. So that's kind of its own separate thing. And then Leslie's working on this new platform that's a little bit more functional. We can actually start to look at different time periods. So, you know, like 2000 through 2025 instead of all the way back to 1980. That's a lot more helpful, and including a lot more parameters. Some of the stuff I'm collecting on them out there, but it's still a work in progress too. So I didn't include that on here yet. It also has things like profiles that we do when I'm out there. We're taking oxygen, dissolved oxygen, temperature profiles with the sensors. I have a new chlorophyll sensor on there too, which is awesome. So it can show kind of in real time where you're seeing the spikes in chlorophyll or algae or cyanobacteria in the water column. So that's all coming. Take some time. So now I'm gonna hit on some recognition. First thing I wanted to mention before I get into sort of individual lay monitors is been working more with the La Rosa Partnership Program, which is a volunteer stream monitoring program that Megan Hickey runs. And you know, at first I was kind of working together on the site selection team there, where we might, you know, we wanted to focus on certain watersheds, and then kind of realized that, you know, maybe we want to get more lakes involved and like smaller lake watersheds, do some tributary monitoring there. So it's kind of grown throughout the last 5-10 years, I guess. Now we have 14 lay monitors that are also doing La Rosa tributary monitoring. So it's in addition to what they're doing in the lake. And the scheduling is a little bit different. Like traditionally, La Rosa monitoring starts in March or April and then ends in the beginning of August. But I wanted to line this more up with the lay monitoring program. So now we're mostly doing, starting in June, going to the end of August, trying to line it up with the actual lake data. What's that?
Drought season.
Except for the 2 floods that we had the last 2 years. So that's the thing. And it's really trying to line it up with the lake data a bit more as well. So anyways, that's been helpful. We're using that data for lake watershed action plans, as well as like if we're going to do an alum treatment, we want to also know what's going on in the watershed. You know, are there any hot spots anywhere? And this is also for baseline data. So yeah, you might not be capturing a bunch of storms or the spring melt, but it's for baseline data. And then when you do get a storm, you know, you can see some spikes there. So this is kind of the graphs that we just started generating from that data. It's a big pond. Woodford Lake just came in because they had a lake watershed action plan. And so mainly looking at chloride and total phosphorus now. You can see that the chloride, there's one inlet there that's kind of high. It's not extremely high, but there's more research coming out now that's showing these lower numbers in lakes can have a, you know, pretty big effect on aquatic biota. It's usually, you know, macroinvertebrates kind of towards the bottom of the food chain. Then yeah, you can see some spikes in phosphorus here. And finally, just recognizing all the lay monitors over all the years. I mean, many thanks to everybody who's ever been involved. But I just wanted to give a shout out to some of the lay monitors that have been, you know, super dedicated for at least 10 years, basically. I was going to do 5 years, but it's a huge list. There's actually been a lot of people now that have been doing it for quite a while. So I get a few new people every year, but it's pretty great how consistent it's been, which makes my job a lot easier. So I don't have to retrain a ton of people all the time. So we'll start out with BB Pond, Keith and Anya Brelsick. They're doing it for 10 years now. And yeah, I don't know if all these lakes are part of the FOVLAP, but this could be another angle to reach out to them. Berlin Pond, Matt and Angela Shambaugh, which is pretty awesome. I didn't realize it's been 10 years now, but Angela was my previous supervisor at DEC, Lakes and Ponds. Been retired for some years now, and Matt worked for air quality. So they're great people. Cole Pond, Jim Todd, just retired this year, so he made it 10 years, and now he found something else new to take over, Mark Kotler. That's Cole Pond in Jamaica. Lake Fairleigh, John Tarbell, he's been awesome. 10 years and working together with the Lake Fairleigh Association as well. And they also do tributary monitoring. Rosa Greenwood Lake, Sarah and Sean Prentice, they're teachers. They're awesome. It's kind of in the Calais, Woodbury area. Groton Pond, Bob Ricker's been out there doing it. 10 years in the South Pond in Marble. Kate Morgan has been doing second monitoring there. Did a visit there this year. And then I tried to break it up so I can put all the names on this slide. But 11 to 14 years. Like Dunmore, it's been several different people, but it's been kind of the milfoil dash crew that's been doing it for something like at least 12 years now. Mirror Lake, Ron Burma, he's actually a state employee. Newark Pond, Libby Welch, and she just kind of handed over the sampling to Sarah Kathy this year, but she's still helping with the sample processing. Coles Pond, Judy Dunnan, known her for a while. Harvey Lake, Phil Sorrentino. Yeah, I worked with him quite a bit, and that's been a lake. It's been on our radar with their dam issues and flooding, but it's a really beautiful, clean lake. Spent a lot of time out there. Valley Lake, Jim Schweithaus, known as Dog Pond. That's one of the lakes that actually kind of led me to start to look into changing the protocol, because the phosphorus numbers that were coming from the hose were quite high, and sometimes the chlorophyll as well, but their clarities were over 10 meters sometimes. And I realized it was the hose was going into this deep hole that was just barely mixing it all, and just phosphorus was building up. There's no oxygen down there, so and now we have much better data. Like that lake is a beautiful lake and doesn't really have any issues. So Lake Champlain, Maquon Bay, Bill and Barbara Duvall, also with his son or grandson now. Curtis Pond, Colleen, Lake Eden, Stephen Chilliwash, they're handing over their duties to some new monitors starting next year as well. And then Lake Willoughby, Bruce Tanner has been also within the La Rosa program. So 15 to 19 years starts to go out here. But I wanted to mention Foster's Pond. They actually, David Magnus, they've been doing it a long time. So they kind of retired out of the program a couple of years ago, but I wanted to put them in there. Lake Champlain, Town Farm Bay, Richard Bernstein or Funky Bernstein and Carol Hanley. Danny Sharp at Lake Iroquois, worked with him quite a lot. And Lake Salem, Claire Roberts, Paula Staples. They found a new monitor this year, and they've been great. And Perch Pond, White Fowler's been doing the second down there for some time. Big Pond, Marino Neal, mentioned before, Lake Carmine, Pete Benevento. It's been really, really great having that data for such a long-term data set for all the work that's going on up there. And then Danby Pond, Glenn Williams, and Mia Kingsley. Finally, 20 plus years, there's just a few here. Lake St. Catherine, Mary Jo Teeter, most of you know her. She's also doing Little Lake there now. And she's been really reliable and awesome. Great House with Pond, I wanted to mention, so that's 42 years of Craftsbury Outdoor Center. It's been different people over time, but I don't think they've missed a year, so that's been pretty awesome. So they usually have their athletes kind of involved, which is really cool. It's another one too that had the weird kind of internal loading, in a deep hole, so they were having pretty high readings, but if you go there, the water looks beautiful. They can swim in there. So Holland Pond, Chris owned Tom Fetter for 33 years. That's pretty awesome. Long-term data set. Lake Morey, Don Lieber, who was recognized a couple of years ago. And he's pretty much handed over to Greg Allen, but I still see him every once in a while out there. And that's been amazing. He's been there through 2 different alum treatments, which is pretty awesome. And having that long-term data set where the first one you could actually see, the concentrations of phosphorus, chlorophyll came down immediately, clarity went up. And then over time, slowly started creeping back up in the last 10 years or so. So having that data was pretty awesome to get to the point where we had to do another alum treatment because they don't last forever. So we want to continue to monitor. And then Lake Parker, Bob Richards, who just handed over this past year, but yeah, I didn't realize he was in it for 28 years there, which is awesome. That's another lake that we're doing a bit of work on, with some tributary monitoring and looking into potentially doing a lake watershed action plan there as well. Halls Lake, Jeff McQueen, 25 years now. Yeah, we've done a lot of work there Lake Wise. He's doing some tributary monitoring now as well. Lake Raponda, Cindy Meyer, I've known her since I came on, I think, as a temporary employee. Seymour Lake, Tom Emery, 23 years now. So, but yeah, that's it. So I think we can all give them the.
Thing Shannon, Madonna, Parker, Eden, and they did it over 30 years.
They did, and so there was a couple that I left out because they were recognized like a few years back.
Okay.
So now it's been, we've had a new monitor there for 4 or 5 years, I guess now. So, but thanks for calling that out. Yes. I didn't really want to leave anybody out. But good to see. So with that, that's kind of my last slide. Just want to say thank you to everybody. And,
Mark, can I get a copy of at least this slide for your whole presentation?
sure, yeah, I can, have a PDF made. I can send that to everybody.
That'd be great.
Sure.
Questions for Mark?
Yeah, I have one. Hi, thank you, Mark. That was interesting. Very insightful. I wanted to ask you if you had any idea as to why the lab tests have doubled in just 1 year.
Cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a big mistake on the lab and the state, I guess. They didn't increase it. They didn't have any cost increase in like, it's like 15 years or something. So they didn't plan for this, and all of a sudden they decided to look into it a year ago and started doing the calculations and, you know, looked at all the lab, their lab costs were, and came up with this number. Basically, I think they were sort of losing money, so they wanted to make sure that they were stay, I don't know, within a budget. But the issue is that we were afraid that when they made those cost increases, we were going to have to cut sampling, which wouldn't help them either, right? But you know, that's what we were told at first, and then thankfully the governor, I guess, signed off on it that we could actually increase it. It's like $200,000 just for the lakes program. So it's quite significant. So I hope that won't happen again. Colleen?
Is it money as to why we're not doing chloride? You're not doing chloride on all of our samples?
You mean having the volunteers do the chloride? I thought about that. We tried that out a few years back. I think it was Amy Peacock who had tried that out, and then maybe Bethany did that for a couple of years on just a few lakes. And we weren't seeing any differences throughout the summer. So the way chloride's kind of working, I mean, when you're doing summer sampling too, it's more like the baseline from whatever's coming in from road salt being the main source, what's coming in from winter, spring. And then I get that pulse, and then it's either in the groundwater, kind of stays in the lake for a little bit. But it's really from year to year that we're seeing those increases. So they didn't think at the time it was really worth the investment to collect all that data when you weren't seeing any differences. Whereas like phosphorus is much more dependent on weather, internal loading, that kind of stuff. And chlorophyll is obviously summer growing, you know, algae and some bacteria. So, yeah, and because I'm collecting it now, and I'm trying to get out to just about every lake every 2 or 3 years, as long as you have that kind of one data point over time. Spring monitoring program is also collecting that data, but it is actually one of the cheaper parameters, so it's something I thought about adding back in, especially after the caffeine. The first year I thought maybe this wouldn't really give us really good information, so I was going to maybe switch it to chloride, but now the lab was able to come back. So it might be something that we add in the future, especially if we start realizing we need more data to kind of show what's happening. So yeah. Yep.
So my understanding is, at least our guy goes out to the deep hole in the lake for the test samples, is that correct?
Yep.
So for caffeine, now maybe this is too simplistic, but I would think it would be near the shoreline where you might find elevated caffeine. So are we really gonna get that kind of information if we're way out in the deep hole?
Yeah, I've gotten this question before as well. I mean, there's a couple reasons why we're still just doing it, the deep hole. So first of all, the reason why we choose the deep hole as kind of the representative sample point for the lake is because it's kind of integrate everything that's coming into the lake and within the lake itself, as well as from what's coming from people's properties and the shoreline. And it's kind of the best way to kind of, measure change over time. And again, we're looking at the lake as a whole and not really like, say, one property or shoreline. We do have additional stations in a lot of our lakes, so we're kind of just put there. I'm not exactly sure why, but you know, the lake monitoring program typically would do like 2 stations, and the second one would just be for clarity. And we put in some like bay. A lot of times it was too shallow anyways, or where you have like a big inlet coming in. We've always really focused our water sampling really just on that center kind of deepest part of the lake. When you have a much larger lake, you know, it makes maybe more sense to sample in a different location, obviously Lake Champlain or Lake Memphremagog, but maybe some of our other lakes that are very long. But yeah, for this program, you know, and there is a capacity level at some point too, so it's kind of really want to limit to kind of 1 station on a lake. I think if we got some data back that was like really alarming in some lake, then maybe we would do some additional sampling that like I could come up to or something like that. But I think for the volunteers, we can stick for now anyways, that central
But do you
station.
think a wastewater problem in a property on the lake would ever get to the people if the cap?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the other thing I was gonna say is that as soon as I've also been asked to do like monitoring around the shoreline using like conductivity sensors and kind of looking at that. And it's really difficult to do that because as soon as like the way the septics are working is it's kind of a plume underground, right? Going through this sediment, the groundwater, and then eventually kind of just dissipates into the water. So it's not like a direct discharge for one. And the lakes quite quickly kind of integrate everything. I mean, caffeine does break down, does have like a half-life of however long, but really, I think if we're detecting caffeine in the lake, that means there's like a constant plume coming in, really. And you know, maybe, you know, because another thing is like, do you want to sample from streams? I think we're testing at a couple spots now, but yeah, something we can look into more. But the idea is that again, it's still you would be detecting if we're detecting caffeine in the lake, then there's some issue with septic systems. It's going to be really difficult to pinpoint exactly where that's happening, which septic, but yeah.
Other questions for Mark?
Yes.
Ken?
I was wondering in the selection of the test sites. There are a lot of municipal water systems in the state that are serviced by Lake Champlain and other smaller lakes, especially this time of year. Is that taken into account in the selection of your testing sites?
So, I'm not sure if I understood the question.
I could take you right to where the inlets are for significant water source for the municipalities, several municipalities.
You mean
At least
drinking
around
water
here.
source?
Yeah, for human drinking water.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if that, if the testing that's being done, if it's specific enough to give us any information about that, or could it be?
That's a whole separate program. So drinking water actually does the monitoring now, especially the main concern there is cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. So they are doing testing now of that drinking water facilities, or the intake pipe is mostly in Lake Champlain. There's really only a couple other sites around the state. In a lake setting, there's reservoirs, but then there's streams and rivers. And I've been asked recently actually adding a bay in Lake Champlain. It does have a drinking water plant there that has a pipe going out kind of deeper in the bay, pulling water from there, but they get some pretty bad blooms there. And I was asked about sampling there, so we're monitoring there just to kind of get the baseline water quality, what's happening with phosphorus and chlorophyll and algae. But yeah, drinking water is kind of a separate thing. This program is not really set up to kind of deal with that directly, but it does coincide with cyanobacteria.
I'm just curious, Mark, the funding, does the Sea Grant funds come through UEM?
Yeah, so the way National Sea Grant works, so it's NOAA gives the money to the Sea Grants, and then Sea Grant disperses them to the universities. That's where pretty much all the Sea Grants are housed under some university, and the university then disperses the money. It's kind of a weird relationship because we're still, like, for instance, I'm with the UVM staff union, you know, so even though the money is not UVM's money, it's directly from Sea Grant, and they're the ones that control what we get paid. So it's a really interesting dynamic.
The concern is if the Sea Grant funds dry up, then
yeah, we're out of the job. Yeah, UVM's not gonna pay.
UVM's not gonna pay, so DEC would then have to pick up the added cost.
That's what I'm wondering, yeah, but I haven't gotten any
Do you have an idea of the annual cost of the program that you run?
Yeah, I mean, mainly for my position specifically, which, you know, it's not a huge amount of money, but, with overhead and that kind of stuff, it's my salary plus overhead. So.
And then you're a temporary worker.
Yeah, the temporary one, I mean, I don't know how much, because basically the DEC just like has a certain amount of money where they're able to hire a certain amount of temporary employees. They have to put a request every year, so it's for different programs, but we've had one this whole time, so. I don't see, hopefully that money's not going away, and that's already DEC anyways. It's really about my position, because it, like, a lot of it is actually just optics, so it's like having another position state sometimes is looked down upon, you know, so they want to keep that vacancy open, basically. Yeah, use it for other things, but yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Just had a comment from Peggy in the chat. Said Stu Arnold from Caspian is a second generation lay monitor, but on a different lake than his dad, Seymour.
That's true.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank, I have just a few remarks to close this. I want to thank the speakers, Colleen and Jeremy, David, Mark. It's been great. Learned a lot. Very, very interesting. I just want to say a few things to close. We heard a lot of things that lake associations do. And I was kind of making a list, and of course it goes on for a couple of pages. I won't read it all. I will say, think about how much we heard today that these lake associations are doing and how many things didn't get mentioned that lake associations do, or the details of a lot of what lake associations do. You know, grants were mentioned, and, you know, writing a grant isn't just, oh, sit down for an hour and write a grant. You know, writing grants means first a lot of work pulling them together, and then if you get it, it means implementing the grant, and it means all the paperwork and all the administration. So, you know, every single thing that's even been mentioned today has all these other subcategories. And that's amazing because you guys are volunteers, right? I mean, we're all volunteers. And that is an amazing thing on top of all the other things that you do, on top of the fact that you're all spending your day here to learn things, to participate in these meetings. You spend time on the webinars during the winter, learning new things. So, you know, congratulations. It's fabulous. Plus, your lake associations do all the fun stuff too. And we heard about a few of those things. Jeremy mentioned some of the things, all of the picnics and the annual events and the parties and the, you know, the bingo night and the dinners and the, you know, the boat parades. So it's really a lot, and you all, you know, everybody need to celebrate that. And that was part of why we decided to do this today and why we called it Celebrating Lake Associations. Because it's important, given what's going on in the world today. I think it's important to remember how much good is done, how much work you've done. When we look back over history and we look at the data that Mark showed us, so many people have collected all of this data that has been so important to us. A lot of work has been done, and it's worth it. You know, everything isn't perfect, but here in Vermont, we still have some of the cleanest, most pristine lakes in the country, and a greater percentage of our lakes in this state compared to any other state in the country. That's an amazing accomplishment, and it's because you guys are working so hard. The DEC staff are working with us, helping us, you know, providing the scientific support and training and expertise that we need. So it's fabulous. You know, and looking at the future, there's a lot of things to worry about right now. And Mark was describing some of them. We don't know about money. You know, change is upon us, right? We've got more, you know, climate change is here. We've got warmer winters, extreme storms. We've talked about the flooding that we've had over the last couple of years. We've talked about aquatic invasives still spreading, sadly, particularly milfoil. And then, of course, cutting of, you know, federal environmental regulations, withholding of funding, and the fact that we don't know, you know, one day it's not going to be there, the next day maybe, you know, we don't know what's going on. So we have a lot of work to do. And, you know, right now, some of what's happening is beyond our control. However, I don't want to leave on a down note because I think we can be hopeful, because this day made me feel even more hopeful than I already felt coming in here. I'm not saying anything's going to get easier anytime soon. I'm certainly not suggesting that the powers that be in Washington are suddenly going to change course and, you know, start acting sensibly and rationally, but because of you all, we can be hopeful. For many, many, many decades, as we just heard, you know, Mark just described just the lane monitoring decades. And in some of your associations, more than a century, have been working to protect Vermont's lakes and ponds. And, you know, that's been through ups and downs, through all kinds of things, and I don't see that stopping. I feel hopeful that we're going to continue to be able to do that. And for over 50 years, the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds has worked to support that work. So we've been here all of these years working on, you know, supporting the work, bringing people together, sharing information. We learn together, and the Federation continues to speak out, to represent lake interests to the state government, to legislators, and so forth. And, you know, every lake is unique, and we do know that uniqueness means, you know, there's differences of opinion about some things. Sometimes we agree on everything, sometimes we don't. We have, you know, each lake has different priorities, different issues. But that's okay. You know, over the years, there's been agreement, disagreement. But that is okay, bringing different perspectives, debating things, discussing things. You know, I mean, that helps us to have better understanding. And it's really okay sometimes to just agree to disagree, as long as we're still working together. And we can continue to work together even when we do have differences. You know, I come from a big family, a very large family, and a very argumentative kind of family. So I'm kind of used to that. And, you know, we may disagree on some of those small things, but, you know, we have common needs that override those differences. You know, we all want stronger protections for our lakes. We want adequate funding. We want maintenance of adequate state staff that we need. We need that scientific expertise. We want the state to be able to continue to have those staff positions. We want to be able to have the funding to be able to continue to collect data and analyze it so that we can all, you know, make reasonable decisions based on data, based on scientific evidence. And more importantly, we all have a common goal. We all have that common goal to preserve and protect Vermont's lakes and ponds for this and future generations. And I think that helps us to be together. So I remain confident by coming together the way we have today and the way we do often, working together, sharing knowledge, being together under this umbrella. We can and will overcome these difficult times. We'll continue to protect these lakes. We'll continue to be able to work. So thank you all. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for hanging in here all day long. Thank you for continuing to be part of the Federation.